Welcome to the 2024 Freeride World Tour Challenger at the Kitzsteinhorn Kaprun. We're sitting here in perfect weather on almost 3,000 meters. Matthias Haunhofer, very known Austrian skier by my side. Hauni, welcome to the first ever Challenger on the Kitzsteinhorn in Austria.
Welcome also from my side, dear ladies and gentlemen. Flo, we're looking forward to a very great event. We have a perfect view up here to the contest face, and conditions are looking great, fresh, almost untracked, and the weather is amazing.
Yeah, look at those pictures here. The drone is flying up right above the contest village. You can see the finish arch right below there. And this is the face. It's one of the most renowned freeride competition phases in Austria. The XO right here at the Kitzsteinhorn has been in place for almost 20 years. And it was scheduled to be a 3-star event this year. But with Jasna dropping out of the Challenger Series, Kitzsteinhorn took its place. Fortunately, the region, Kitzsteinhorn, Zell, Kaprun, they stepped in also with a fair amount of money to upgrade this event to a 4-star. And I think it was the right choice because it looks like we'll have epic conditions today.
That's correct, and it has a huge history actually up here, free riding and competitions, and yeah, it's just amazing. I'm really looking forward to a great show.
Well, we have both competing here. I actually took the win here 2 times on the 3-star qualifier series, so I have only good memories of this particular phase. And wow, look at this venue. It's so playful at the top. From the start, we'll see the riders hiking up in the left of the pictures right now. From the start of it, you have an endless amount of small hits, perfect for the more freestyle riders or the freestyle moves of the riders. And then the face drops away in the lower half to give way to really, really big mountain style 20-25 meter cliffs. It gets steeper and steeper as it before it flattens out towards the finish area.
Exactly, Flo. It looks an amazing playground up there with a lot of different options, and perfectly for all the freestyle guys, and then it's getting challenging. And at the end of the phase, ladies and gentlemen, the conditions are getting also pretty challenging. So the landing on the huge cliffs, so it's getting interesting, and it needs strong upper legs for everybody.
Well, it needs strong legs because it's a very long phase, more than 500 vertical meters. It is as much as the famous Back to Ross, where the Freeride World Tour boys and girls are going to be competing this week, and maybe already on Friday. They're making the call this morning. But don't be fooled. These boys and girls here at the Freeride World Tour Challenges, not only are there numerous Freeride World Tour, former Freeride World Tour riders here, these are the best of the best pushing into Freeride World Tour, but only 4 of this field in the ski man, 2 in the snowboard man, 2 in the ski women category, and 1 girl only in the snowboard girls category will make it to the Freeride World Tour from this field.
Yeah, and the level is so high. Flo, if you remember Montafon, they were charging. It's crazy. So what's going on right now? And everybody is pushing, and yeah, we're having a great show, I'm sure.
Exactly. Well, let's get some info from our partners and then have a look at the start list of today. Here we are. We start with the snowboard man, Gabin Bossan, only 18 years young, one of the youngest riders on tour, followed by Hugo Serra from France, one of the most experienced, coming fresh from the World Tour, where he did not make the cut. We have Sweden in there with Arvid Gustafsson, Sasha Bacco and Jaco Wego from Italy, Rémi Barret from Switzerland, Gabriel Pledo, the amazing guy who competes in skiing and snowboarding in this event, but more to that later. Austria's Florian Hanchu, together with Antonino, and from Great Britain we have James Feitsch up in the start gate. Super international field, not surprisingly the French with the most riders at the start. Former Freeride World Tour champion from last year, Ludovic Guyot, Dia trying to qualify back into the tour. A long-time competitor from Chamonix, Christophe Chalet rounds it up. And Cesar Barin, 18-year-old winner from the last event in Monte Rosa, second to last in the start gate today in the snowboard man category. Start list snowboard woman. It's going to be a second category, also super international field. Let's look. Do we have any Austrians in there? Sure, we have Sarah Bacher in there. Claire McGregor, veteran from Verbier. Michaela Holstein, also been competing here for 10 years. So super international and strong field also in the snowboard women's category. Yeah, look at the screen again. In the back you can see the famous mountain peak of Kitzsteinhorn, almost 3,500 meters high. As we look into the next category, ski woman, honey.
Ski woman, we have here ski woman. We start with bib number 1, Julia Botassin, then bib number 2, Briony Chainson, then bib number 3 from Austria, Baker Sarah. All right, Flo.
Yeah, you have the figures category by category, but here we have the overall starting numbers on the screen right now.
Thanks for that.
Mila Delarue, we just saw the very last ski girl to drop in. A very famous name she carries with her. And then we saved the best for last today. You can imagine incredible action from the ski man field today. Elias Meister, a local wildcard, did not qualify for the challenges this year, but he got a wildcard for his almost home event. So I'm sure we can see great stuff from him.
Definitely.
And wow, a lot of big names in there. Gabriel Peton, number 54. So he's going to be competing in snowboard first. He's going to run back up to the start, and he's going to do a second run. Ski man, very unique. We wish him all the best to make a safe transfer between his two runs. And Lucas Bennett, Freeride World Tour Junior Champion, just a couple of weeks ago in Kaprun, is going to round up the field in the ski man category of this second Freeride World Tour Challenger in the 2024 season in the region Europe, Oceania. Hauni, tell us something about this phase. You have been competing here before, even before it was a freeride competition, when it was still a freeride border cross, etc. What do you always like best about competing here at the Kitzsteinhorn?
Yeah, probably have a pretty funny story about this. It was still a freeride cross back in the days, and I was leading in the final, and I crashed right in front of the finish line, so I didn't end up, but I didn't hurt myself. But yeah, I'm having really good times up here in the famous Kitzsteinhorn, Zell am See, Kaprun. And yeah, it's also right. We have a hard season, but the conditions are still looking good up here on these high altitudes. And yeah, we couldn't imagine it better. I just look around all the time because I'm so happy with this weather and this luck what we have today for this competition. And you know, it's I would say set up for a great show for all the riders. And yeah, sure. Flo, what do you think about the snow layer on the lower part of it?
Well, we already have mid-March. That means the sun affects the snow very quickly. It is very fresh. It was still snowing yesterday in the afternoon, but it's a southeast phase, so we can expect the snow to change to some extent. It's still very powderish at the top. We saw it when the riders were hiking up. No snowballs forming or coming down. But of course, as the day will pass on, time will pass, the snow will definitely be a bit sun affected. It's not as deep as it was in Monte Rosa last week, where we had almost 40% of the ski man field crashing in trickier and trickier conditions. The snow was just heavy and sticky. But it's also a bit steeper here than it was there in some areas, so I believe that the riders will be able to handle it very well.
I'm sure. So all of them are very experienced riders. And yeah, we see some little snowballs here on the bottom side because it's so steep and the sun is really directly going into this last part of this pitch. And yeah, so I'm sure they're prepared for this and they will land. And yeah, but it's still challenging. And the upper part, it's just enjoyable, so far I can see from here. Perfect. We see also the people are on the start gate, preparing the last... yeah, just fixing the start gate, and all the riders are definitely getting prepared because start will be pretty soon. And yeah, so some nice drone shots here from the finish area. We are sitting in the Snowcat right here on the left side. And yeah, I think all the people and the spectators are coming a little bit later because we have a pretty early start up here, and then it's going to be a huge party here at the finish, I can imagine.
Oh, it will be for sure. So we have another 5 minutes until the start. We should be on time, but the cable cars only start running officially at 8:30. So for everyone down in the valley, people just having breakfast and starting to come up. You can be sure to have a great party here. There's a huge après-ski place right to the public area. So Kitzsteinhorn also famous as well as Kaprun for the après-ski as much as for the high alpine skiing here. Alps at their very best. Glacier, mountain, lake. That's exactly what it's like here around the Kitzsteinhorn.
Welcome back again here at the Kitzsteinhorn Zell am See Kaprun at the Freeride World Challenger event by Orage.
And as summer resorts are closing down mid-March, this is turning to the best time of the year. You have glacier skiing up here up to 3,029 meters, and you look down to the Zell See, and now in April, May, all the way into June, you can actually start swimming down the lake, be on the sailboard, windsurfing, kite surfing, look up to the glacier. So a lot of people come up in the morning on the snowfall in May, do a couple of powder laps, and then go down to enjoy the time at the lake. So truly one of the most amazing setups in Austria, isn't it?
Exactly, you're definitely right, Flo. And you know, actually it's coming now the good time of the year. You can enjoy here powder skiing or fern skiing on the snowy part of the faces. They are round up here at the Kitzsteinhorn and then have a great time on the lake down there at Zell am See. So couldn't be even better for a spring skiing session. So guys, come on here and enjoy the great landscape and the great options you have here.
Exactly. Also, the conditions couldn't be much better. We have not had a qualifier or an event here in powder in the recent years. It's usually spring snow conditions, so a very special occasion to get those 20-25 cm fresh just shortly before the event, and everything turning bluebird. So we can be sure this is going to be a very special event this year. It's 8:28, ladies and gentlemen, so that means we should be ready to start any moment. The organizers said on the radio a few minutes ago that they will be on time. We still see riders hiking up, so the later categories, which is especially ski women and ski men, will like to be hiking up while the boys are riding down.
I'm getting pretty nervous now already, Flo. The huge showdown, it's coming up pretty soon, and yeah, can't wait for it anymore.
Can't wait for it anymore. So let's have a quick recap of last week's competition. We have 4 challenger events here in Europe, and then the 3 out of the 4 results count, and the best riders will compete in Freeride World Tour next year. Looking at Monte Rosa, we saw that the challenge was amazing. Huge backflips, doubles in all categories, but also a lot of crashes. So you can see that all the riders are really pushing it to the limits to make that cut.
Yeah, and that's always the hard thing for the riders. You know, they are charging so hard, and you know, it's just 2 or 4 or 1 of them. They are making the cut, and I can really imagine that they're pushing to the next level. And yeah, but this is a sharp edge, you know, winning or losing, and that's what it makes so special, I would say, right now at this time.
Let's look at bib number 1, for example. Gabin Bozan from France, only 18 years old. He won the 4-star qualifier in Les Arcs. He was second in Nanda, and he won in Engadin. So 2 out of 3 4-star first place, but then in Monte Rosa he crashed, so he sits on number 13 on the rankings right now, which is quite far away from the second place. So he basically has his throwaway result already. That means he's under pressure. He has to perform, go for the podium, but if he puts in another crash, you know, he might have to cancel his plans for next year's World Tour. So a lot of technical riding, a lot of head spinning probably going on in the rider's heads at the start gate.
Especially from the mental side, you know, for this young gun, he sees the big options he has, and then on the other side, to handle this pressure, I don't want to be in his body right now, actually.
Yeah, and those positions are amazing. Like Gabin with 18 years, one of the youngest riders in Tour, and then our bib number 2 in the snowboard field, one of the oldest, actually. Yeah, so 18 minus 32, and it looks like Gabin Bozan is already on course. We did not hear him out. That means our event today is on. Bib number 1, snowboard man, Gabin Bozan from France, on course.
Wow, snow looks good up there, Flo. You can see the little slough next to it.
Beautiful back, so they had to start things off.
Very nice. The landing was also pretty solid.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's getting a little bit more tricky where he's riding into.
Wow, for a huge drop into the ball and super clean landing. And
amazing.
I was worried it might be a little hard because with tiny little wing slap breaking.
Super.
How was that landing after 10, 12 meter jump? Wow, now we know why he has won 2 events and finished second, 1 to 4 stars. This is what we want to see from Gabin Bozan. Really
super solid. 360 here. Did you see that, Flo?
And looked like he kept on spinning as he was
cool.
landing. Super clean run. That's what we said. This playful upper part gives you the chance to put in all the freestyle moves. But now we're getting into the gnar, as our American friends would say.
Yeah, now the snow conditions are going to be a little bit changing from this.
You stay in the screen, actually look out the window, because we see him not even 150 meters right in front of our eyes, approaching one of the most extreme parts of the face.
Yeah.
Not a nice
that
little
was
air.
good. He's super good in control. His fluidity is really good until in the
Frontside
360. Cool.
Wow,
Nice
tiny bit of a
landing.
wobble, but
Yeah.
kept it very fluid. And that'll be
Still
his
okay with
last
it.
air. Another grab, another nice landing.
Really good. And now keep it safe on the
Yeah, there's
outrun.
those bumps down there, right? We only want the riders not to
Yeah.
race. And he's stoked, and he can
Super.
be. Super nice run by our bib number 1, Gabet Bossan from
Really.
France. Wow, he definitely made up for crashing in Monte Rosa. And I'm sure this rank will bring him
Yeah.
high up in the rankings today, right?
Definitely.
That was
So
super
good.
clean. Look how stoked he is. We're stoked too.
I'm so happy for him as well. He made it really great from top to bottom, super fluidity, and yeah, great drops. And it was just bringing up the ranking. I
Look
think.
at this drop. Comes from Les Menuires, part of the Belleville Free Ski Club skis in Val Thorens and Les
Look at
Menuires.
this, so smooth.
19 years old only, and look at his performance. A blind frontside 3 here. Wow, maybe 2 or 3 points he loses there, but
Yeah.
a really great run.
So let's check out. The
So from one of the youngest riders, we then go right back up to one of the oldest riders. Hugo Serra is going to be a next man in the gate, who just comes back fresh from Volta. But first, we're waiting for the score of Gabet Bossan. So, to all of you who want to 86 points,
Whoa,
that's a benchmark.
that's
Look at this
really
stoke
cool.
face.
Yeah.
So all of you who want to follow up all the rankings in real time, go to livefeeds.com, enter Freeride World Tour as your association, and then just look for this event, Kitzsteinhorn Challenger, and you will have the live ranking right in front of you. As we see, bib number 2, Hugo Serra, dropping in right now. Hugo's been around for a while, but I was still competing on the World Tour 6 years ago. He was there, so we're competing there together, and
So cool.
he's still there.
Well, look at this
Wow.
back. He's
Starting
super
things
solid
off with a
landing as well.
backflip.
So he's gonna go for it. Definitely, he's going in the same section than he's made before. Not that far this drop, because I think he is taking it pretty solid now.
Already making half of the judges, right? Putting in the
Yeah.
backflip, but then the small little jump. Another 3 here. Wow. I
Okay.
like it how the
So
riders
now-
are milking this upper menu, as we call it, right?
Super enjoyable here on this part. He's following probably the same track than bib number 1.
Yeah, that seems
Going
very popular.
smooth, but a little bit slower, I would say, so far. What's he's going? Okay, he's taking it from the other side, going into the more technical. No. He's going to
Similar,
the
same air.
right?
Wow.
Same 360 as
A
well.
lot of
Take
speed that he has to
control.
get rid of there.
And a huge one. Yeah, that was great. Take his easy, safe run out. Wow. Yeah. In the
Look
end.
at the speed wobbles. That's really
Yeah.
tricky. I hope we don't have to see any crashes down there. Also, beautiful run by Hugo Serra. Wow, that's going to be hard for the judges right there. Hugo taking a second place from Monte Rosa with him. So he had a bit of an easier mental setup there, I would say.
Yeah. He started really cool with the backflip up there, and then he took it pretty gentle. But the last part, he was really sending a fire out again.
Right
Here we
with the
can see it
Freeride
again.
Academy in Verbier, Zell Chevalier being his home mountain. So 13 years older than Gabet Bossan. That's amazing. Such
Yeah.
an age gap, and they're still competing in the same category.
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
he's in on category size-wise because he's 1.93 meters tall, so almost a 2-meter man.
wow.
Still make it look stylish.
Yeah, really. It's not easy to handle such a body on the board, huh?
No.
But he did it in a proper way, definitely. Look at him. He is happy with his run.
Yeah, he should be. Wow.
So good. Okay.
81.67. So Gabet Bossan stays in first for now.
Yeah. So 5 points less almost.
As we're looking back up to the start to Arvid Gustafsson, the only Swedish rider in this field. Did not start in Monte Rosa, so this is his first Challenger event this year. In his second year on the qualifiers. Also based in Verbier in the winter. And he actually was a soccer player all my life until he dived into snowboarding a couple of years ago, and he's been so hooked that he immediately moved to Verbier as a snowboard bum and enjoys riding there all winters. Stammers is still
decision.
back in Sweden to work as a truck driver. How's that?
Yeah, that's cool. I'm a truck driver too.
You're a
Since
truck
last year.
driver too. Yeah, you're a truck
great.
driver. I'm a tree worker. You need those summer jobs. So
Yeah,
still
for sure.
take you
As
still out into the open.
a skier, snowboarder, you need to have some proper job in the summer.
Exactly.
Okay, so he's
Let's
preparing
look
himself.
at Arvin's rankings. Second at the 2024 La Rosière
Mhm.
4-star qualifier. Did a lot of comps this year. Lots of 3, 1, and 2 stars. Won a couple of events. So he's really ready for today.
Comp machine looks like. Okay, drop in here on the
Has
top.
some time to wave his friends. Or is just
Yeah,
in the way up on the hike still.
super. So he's doing also this mandatory cliff probably, huh? What is he doing? Another
Yeah.
backy.
Wow. You
So
see, Hani,
good.
this is where you and me would struggle. I think for amplitude and speed, we could probably still keep up with the young ones, but we would suck at the freestyle elements because when we were still competing, it was okay
That's
to go
right, and
straight.
look at this! Flo, did you see this?
Incredible back from Arvin Gibson.
Wow, wow.
Oh.
That was a very smooth backflip and huge.
Well, we're only at rider number 3, but we have a hard time staying on our seats.
Yeah.
Wow, Snowboard Boys delivering a show. Like always, when the snow is good, Snowboard Boys are just tearing
Yeah.
it apart. What a show. 2 huge backflip by Arvid
Yeah.
Gustafsson. I wish we could have like a running score, you know, like a real-time score. So where is he now
That would
compared
be-
to Hugo and Gabin
Yeah,
on the
that
way
would
to
be
North?
Super interesting.
Why?
I
Well, you stick
think
keeps.
he's a little bit in the lead right now, I would say.
I
With
would
this
say as
second
well. You
huge
keep your eyes
backflip.
glued to the screen. I look
Yeah.
out the window because we have him
Okay.
right in front of here.
And
Very
okay,
similar line as Gabin, right?
super fluidity still. He keeps in moving.
Going to the mandatory 360 air, loses his speed a
okay.
bit. Alternatively,
Oh,
goes straight.
Okay, he wasn't sure about this one. I
Probably
think.
not what he planned, but he might make up
Mhm.
for it on this one.
He tries to keep smooth still after this missing
Oh!
drop. Okay, that's going to be interesting.
Amazing
judge
upper
will
part,
think.
but I believe he was going to go for a 360 as well. At this, let's call it the mandatory 360 air.
Yeah,
But then got caught up a little bit in the deep snow and didn't make it to the exit, right?
definitely. We see here the back
Look
in
at the
top
perfect
again,
landings, and
now
that one too.
this
so
one, look at
smooth.
This.
Bomb.
Perfect landing.
This
huh?
guy has
So
some
good.
legs.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, you have to imagine that the face is rolling down into the steep, so it's not so easy to find the right way into where the guys want to go. So the orientation is quite a challenge, especially on the last third of the face. That's why it looks sometimes a little bit slow, but then they are really setting a fire, all 3 of them, what we saw so far.
Yeah, Gustafsson coming into this challenge here without a result from the first one, so it's going to be his first result. So if we have 4 challenge events this season, it'll be 3 out of 3 results for him. Not a chance for a throwaway result.
Mhm.
So this one will be a keeper for him either way.
All right. Yeah, he was really sending it in the top part, huh?
Yeah, amazing. So stoked to see the snowboarder sending
Yeah.
big time. Max, habt ihr den Funk so laut an? Das ist mir sehr laut in den Kopfhörer.
83 points on place number 2 for him.
Right,
So,
squeezes in between Gabin Bossan and Hugo Serra. And next in course from France, Sasha
Sasha.
Baliko. Well, 20th place is not entirely true what we see here. It might be his qualifier ranking, but we are only looking at the challenger ranking. And there he is on 7th place because he had a 7th place in the first challenger event. So don't be fooled by the rankings there. It's not the challenger ranking that we get displayed as the riders leave the start gate. Hani, what else do we have on Sasha?
what else do we have on Sasha? Sasha is from France, as you said. He lives in Les Orlans, if I can say that right. And
Big wide open turns after the nice small 360 right at top.
he is going more on riders right now than the other guys, huh? doing a new cliff here.
Yep.
Oh, we missed the landing from outside, but it looks like he landed clear.
Well, Sasha has 10 years of slopestyle competition in his legs,
He
so a
goes
lot of experience
far.
there for him.
Far riders right now. Snow looks good. Everything is on track. I think he's looking for something huge, Flo.
Yeah, he's a very international
that's
rider, by the
amazing.
way. He's half Spanish, half Italian, and 100% French at the same time. So very
great mix. Did you see the straight?
Beautiful 3 by Sasha Balico. Yeah, figured his name would be. Would have some Italian Spanish. Yeah, here we see this is more of a south exposure there, and you see how the sun is affecting us and how the snow is not as deep. So really important for the line choice of the riders to be aware where they're going.
Okay.
Beautiful riding in the gully. There's one last air waiting for him. Flying down into the landing.
All right, he's already on the way to the finish line now. Yeah, he took it pretty far right, huh? And yeah, but it was pretty much a fluid line, I would say. And always some nice drops, but I thought he's going for something huge because he started all the way to the right.
Yeah, that was also my feeling, my motion. Aside from beautiful freestyle tricks, there were some options at the lower part where he could have gone for a bigger cliff, but you know, nevertheless, a couple of nice threes in there. Look at these drone shots. That's exactly what it looks like for the riders as they're approaching the finish line. Wow, I love these drone shots, right? They make the whole show so alive, like as if you were following them.
Definitely. And his points are now
69.33. That's 4th place for Sasha right now. Gabriel Bossan, bib number 1, still in the 1st place as we look it back up to the start to Jakob Vega from Italy, our only pure Italian rider, and he has a 5th place under his belt for Monte Rosa, so he can be pretty relaxed.
He's here with the wild card, huh? Flo?
Yeah, he's a wild card on this year's Challenger Series, and I'm stoked to see an Italian rider in there because we didn't have too many Italian riders in the men's snowboarding field. He said last year was playing it too safe. This is not playing it safe.
Yeah.
Going for a beautiful backy.
Okay, we saw this before and
wow, approaching the gut jump. Going for a
he's
different
doing
entry,
something
obviously.
new.
Staying on the ridge, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Looked like it was going to go for a big jump and he came around.
He decided differently, probably.
And you know that Jakob is actually a world champion already. He was a world champion in kayaking.
Wow.
So how is that to be a world champion in kayaking and then trying to compete and qualify for the Freeride World Tour in snowboarding? That's pretty amazing. But his credo is, doesn't matter what you do, do it properly. And he definitely does properly whatever he does. Wow.
Yeah.
Jakob Vega.
He's also going more to rider's right. And now it starts getting harder with the orientation up there. He has a nice one. Yeah. Following the track. Super controlled here. Okay, what's coming up now? It's getting pretty technical.
Wow.
Yes.
Amazing section for the 26-year-old
Super great.
Huge
Awesome.
exposure there. You don't want to go riders right. You fall down over 20-meter cliffs, but he knows exactly where he plays it very smart. Look at this section, so well read.
Look at this with the slalom.
Perfectly managing one of the steepest parts of the face. Such a beautiful big mountain line.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Was really nice. So technical on the last page.
That was so perfectly planned. All those last 5, 6, 7 turns right above huge exposure. Amazing big mountain skills by the world champion in kayaking. Congratulations to Jakob Vega, 26-year-old Italian. Super beautiful bottom part of his run.
Such a great line from the Italian.
That backflip was also very nice. The only drawback in this run was it looked like it was going to approach that one jump in the middle part, which it didn't do, but the lower part made up for it. Look at this again. Coming into his backside. It's only quick speed check, riding it out. Wow. Come on, judges. Let's see what this means for you, judge-wise. 75.33. That puts him in 4th place, right behind Hugo Serra. But we like that big mountain style. Thank you very much, Jakob, for a great show as we're looking back up to the start to our next rider. Rémi Benamo. We hope we pronounce it the right way. From Switzerland, coming out of Sinal, bringing in a sixth place from Monte Rosa in his 5th year on the qualifiers. Starting his run off with a beautiful 3.
He's going for the Riders Right Huge.
Wow,
That
Benny was
so
actually
forming.
born in Sri Lanka, so also super international boy there in the snowboard field. These are all world travelers. Incredible.
Looks like the snow is getting a little bit sticky, partly up there in the top part.
Yeah, it's a little slower. Right? He actually started competing on skis before he moved on to snowboarding, so he really stepped it up, I would say. Huh?
It's a challenge, I would say.
Opening
but he
up,
did good as a skier, huh?
opening up a new zone, approaching a big cliff there.
Oh wow, the landing looked hard, and the outrun as well.
But
But
all
he handled
landings we've seen so far, right, were really clean. So
Yeah.
that means the snow is still soft and the legs of the boys are strong. Where is he going?
Okay, he's going huge at doing a 3 and landed.
How was that
perfectly.
3? I can't believe the show the snowboard is putting up there.
Remy.
Congratulations,
Super
Remy.
run.
Incroyable.
Yeah. You said he was a skier before, huh?
Yeah.
That's why he's so strong legs, maybe.
Well,
Look at
you have a
this.
snowboarder and a skier as your commentators today, so
Yeah.
that's interesting. Wow, that entry was beautiful. It's so blind and rolling. And then look at the 3.
Super.
Perfectly controlled.
Very nice.
Whew, make it really hard for the judges. What's the podium right now? Gabin Bossan 86, Arve Gustafsson 83, and Hugo Serra on 3rd place with 81. With Rémi Banon. Then we're not even on the next rider. We're not even half through the snowboarders field, and we've seen only great runs, I would say, right?
Really. And he is, I think he is probably squeezing in somewhere between the top 3, so Chach is having a hard time now.
24 years old, yeah. Well, we'll have some time to talk about the judging criteria later on, but now we just focus on the action.
Yeah.
Just one thing to go ahead with the judging, so that it's not important actually the exact score of the rider. It's important just where he's in the ranking, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter for him if it was going to go between Gabin and Arvid, what the scores, but he has to be. So Rémi goes in 2nd place, 85 points, only 1 point behind Bibna 1 Gabin. He'll be stoked about it, and I think he deserves it. That 3 at the bottom was so beautiful.
I know. Cool.
He's
so great.
stoked. I like it how the snowboarders make the most of the conditions. Yeah, that's really, they really deserve the fresh snow. Bad story.
So Gabriel next out of the start gate.
And he already is ahead of the others because he jumped out of the start gate.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's gonna go for it, Flo. He wanna know it now, right now. Did you see this? Pretty creative on the top,
Gabriel
doing the
Bedon
mandatory.
competing today in the snowboarding and in the skiers field. So this is only the first out of 2 runs for him.
Okay, Flo, look at this. He goes into the technical part already in the top part and made it perfectly.
Big air. We
Super.
didn't see him while he was in the air, but we saw
Yeah.
the landing once he came down out of this throughout. Coming from the
Nice.
Val d'Ali.
We didn't see that creative line from anybody else so far.
And Gabriel was on the third world to this year, so he did the first 3 stops, but then did not qualify for the second part of the season. So he wants to be back on the tour, show that this is where he belongs. And he's going over massive exposure now. First ride of the day to go all the way to the rider's left, or Lucas right. Look where he is, and look where he jumps.
Super great. What? Now stay on feet, please stay on your feet. Yeah. So great. So great. DVD Flo. He opened up definitely a new field on this face and he handled it perfectly.
And how did he open it up? You know, not just riding down, flying down over this huge rock face and just managing the speed. I remember jumping in that area as well, and it's, you know, you have that counter slope coming up right away, so you have to get rid of the speed immediately. You can't really ride it out.
He was also pretty fast. I would say one of the fastest so far, huh?
Yeah. Nice 360 in there. And this is for sure the highlight of his run. No hesitation, dropping into that steep chute, full speed. Wow. Gabriel, thanks for the show, but no time to relax for you, as we know. Change your boots, get into those tight ski boots, ski to the gondola and hike up to the start again. And we'll be ready to see you one more time on the mountain. Big props for our double athlete, Gabriel Pedon.
Yeah, really cool.
Really, really amazing what he's doing. Yeah, he wants to know it. That is truly amazing, actually.
I think he's hoping for some big points, huh? Look at him.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, you know, it's really, all the riders have shown some major action. Maybe the difference is also how many hits they hit at the upper area. Some of the riders did like 2 backflips of 360s. This is the only one thing where he might be not have scored, collecting as much points as the others. Yeah, 79 for Gabin. He's still happy.
That's cool.
Yeah.
79 points. You have to reach 79 points.
Exactly.
And that's
and now the only Austrian competitor in the men's snowboarding field, Florian Hantu, 34 years old, and he's actually the CEO of an association called Athlete Acts Now, where athletes can get together to help preserving our environment. Florian Hantu.
Okay. He's following pretty much the same track until now, and he wants to know it, definitely. We see it now.
8th place in Monte Rosa. And he also runs a big company, so he has like 2 lives. The life of a freeride snowboarder and CEO of a big company. So really amazing way he has set up his life. Lives in Munich, in Vierbrunn, in Kitzbühel Alpen, and in Kössen, just depending on snow conditions and the amount of work he has to do.
Oh, he's going even further.
Yeah, all the way over.
Left.
Wow.
Wow, good conditions over there, huh? Not that steep.
That's the furthest over we've seen any rider go. Full speed carving down in this open field.
He really enjoys it.
And now he's coming back on the chute. He told me he was going to go for the chute. It's going to give disappearing for us for a second. Wow.
Very enjoyable riding.
So probably the fastest descent we've seen so far. Interesting, he's a former slopestyle competitor. I think he was German champion in slopestyle. Nevertheless, stick to more of a fluidity and big mountain line, not intimate freestyle, but he definitely had fun. How's that sound there?
Fun. Yeah. So stoked, huh?
Florian Hantu definitely loving it. So if you follow his petition, go to athleteactsnow.com and see how you as a skier or snowboarder can help preserve the environment. He actually started a petition to put the challenger competitions in a different order, so people would have to drive less from event A to B to C to D.
Which would make sense.
Totally, yeah. So we hope next year this is something that can happen. Florian Hantu.
66 points for Florian Hantu. Yeah,
definitely probably the one who had the most fun, but not the most jump. That's why the score is not up in the 80s, but it was still a great one to watch.
So next one already in the start gate, Enzo Nilo. He's ready, we heard. He's 30 years old and dropping in now.
Enzo won the four-star qualifier in La Rosière this year. And was 9th in Monte Rosa, so he definitely wants to step it up.
Whoa, that was a backflip, huh?
Look at those landings, I can't believe it. We've seen like 10 backflips in total, and they were all put to their feet perfectly.
Also this one, so he's going huge.
He's going huge, yeah. Definitely up there with the top riders of the day in the upper part.
Nice 3.
Beautifully, so this is as much as you can do, right?
Yeah.
There's 3 features which were on his way until now, and he did a huge a backflip and a 3, so amazing variation.
It was
and
super
big
speedy
amplitude as well.
Yeah.
Right. I look out the window now to see that middle part.
Yeah, he's taking
That was at least 10, 12 meters floating there. Yeah. Now he comes to that, we call it a mandatory 360 air. Getting onto his frontside edge, probably going to go for a backside 3. There is the frontside 3
Yeah,
to his
nice.
feet.
Great.
And one more air. Controlling his speed. And another
Another
3.
one. Super.
Ooh.
Great line. So it wasn't that easy anymore because it's already tracked here and a little bombed out. But
Wow. So to me, that's the real threat now to the podium.
definitely.
Gabin Bossan, 86. Remy Benamo, 85. Arvid Gustafsson, 83. This is the 3 scores who are occupying the podium right now.
Yeah.
But he's definitely on his way to challenge those.
Look at
with
this
run.
backflip anymore.
He was
So
further than the others as well. A
further
couple of
than all
meters.
the others. And
And
also here, I think it pretty far as well. And then he took up a lot of speed.
it was such a complete run. Every feature he approached, he did something. Be it a nice float, the air with a grab, putting 360s in total in this run. Wow. To me, it can't be much more complete.
Yeah.
So, looks.
Almost a
I
perfect run.
might just take the lead with that run. What do you reckon?
I think so.
And Samilo
I think so.
anxiously waiting for his core.
I don't want to
Can
set
he
the...
drag it in? There we go.
Look
Going
at
into
this,
the 90s.
90, yeah!
Congratulations, Ento. Wow.
Oh, yeah. So cool, huh?
The rider from
He
Book
deserved
Summaries.
it.
Yeah.
He deserved the
Congratulations, Ento. Yeah, that was amazing. Well, his creator is L'Hôpital ou la Gagne, hospital or win. So he went.
Oh, James is already on course flow.
James Feitsch
Going one of
from
the
the
other.
United Kingdom.
Yeah.
One of the many Brits who ride in Chamonix. And he landed only, so to say, on 12th place in Monte Rosa, because he was on top of the podium just before that on the last qualifier in Montafon.
Mhm.
And I'm
It's-
stoked to see a British rider that high up.
Wow. Yeah, that was...
Oh, going bigger than anyone else on
That's
this
right.
jump, but a little bit too big.
A little bit too big, then, you know, it's almost everybody took it, so it's all pumped out. It's not so easy to land.
Yeah, and he kind of went 2 meters further, I think, and it flattens out a bit,
Yeah.
and that put his to his bum. So hard to stay focused after mistakes like this, right? You know
Of
that from
course.
your own competitions. When
Of
you have
course.
mistake high up, then it's really hard to be back or stay in the game.
That's right. He's going through the middle part now. And
As we see the boss of P3, Bernie Pletzenauer, who built this beautiful truck for us so we can do our commentator's job, walking by right outside.
okay.
Fight,
I almost missed this one,
using-
but
wow.
he's taking it. Wow, that was nice. Super recovery on the landing, huh? Yeah, the bottom part was very okay, I would say. But he's not the tricksy
Now,
guy.
could you tell by his body language, not only just now, but also while he was riding it, he knew after this mistake that was a minus 20 points or so.
Yeah.
And then, you know, looks like his focus was not there as much anymore as he would have needed to perform. James Feitsch, unfortunately, with a bad landing after a big cliff drop. So, not his day to be on the top of the podium. But we have 4 more riders up there who can well do it, including a world champion and the winner of that last event of the Challenger Series. So 50 points for James. Well, the way we know him, he's still going to enjoy his day
Yeah.
and go riding and probably have a couple of beers afterwards.
Yeah.
We go up to see a former Freeride World Tour champion in the start gate, Mr. Ludovic Gouillou Diat, 38. Makes
Dropping
him
in.
the oldest rider on the Challenger Series this year.
But still a machine.
Still a machine. Took the win on the Freeride World Tour last year, then did not get the results on the tour he was hoping for this season. So did not qualify for the second half of the Freeride World Tour, but still went back to the qualifiers, which at his age is amazing. I thought he would say, hey, that's it, been there, done that, took the title. But no, he goes back and charges again with the young guns.
And you can see his riding style. He is so motivated still.
And you have to think that our second next rider, Cesar Barin, is 18 years old. He's 38. We have got a 20-year age difference. They're both competing on the same mountain, both going big. Ludovic.
That's what a sport is, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, he's going for a creative section here.
Mostly riding in Vercourt.
Now we can see something new from him. Now taking super until here.
Wow, super creative line choice there, connecting a lot of features in this lower part of the
flow.
face.
He's going. I think he's going for the last big one as well. Can you see this? No. Taking it from the side. Oh yeah.
But turning it into a triple. Very creative line choice by Ludo.
Super.
Wow. And as Ludo arrives at the finish, we also hear our public commentator Manu Mandl, another former freeride world champion in the snowboard women's field. She's a commentator of the public area today. So if you're somewhere around Kaprun, Kitzsteinhorn, come up here, grab a drink and join the public area that's beginning to fill up, where Manu Mandl, your former world champ, is your commentator, and watch the amazing action live on the face of the Freeride World Tour Challenger at Kitzsteinhorn, Kaprun, Zell am See.
Couldn't be a better day for watching this action here, what we see now. And
no, absolutely amazing.
It's filling up slowly, the people coming up. All right.
32 points for Ludo, putting him into 8th place right now. And we have 3 riders left to go. Long-time competitor Christophe Chalet is the next one. He's been competing for so many years. I remember still competing with and together and against him many years back. How old Christophe is right now? He's born in 1990, so 34 years. Also one of the veterans together with Hugo Serra and Ludovic Gouediat. And his dream is still to qualify for the Freeride World Tour. He's been trying so hard for so many years. Nice nose grab. Coming from Chamonix, he's not a typical freestyle kind of guy, but he's riding amazing steep couloirs, Chamonix style at home. So the steeper the venue, the more he likes it.
Wow.
Also here, a victim of that landing.
I tried to say it's smart entry, what he tried, but yeah, wasn't still
That's
a perfect
true.
landing.
The angle was a little different than the others, so he did find some fresh snow, but still had to stabilize his landing with his backhand. Making the most of this middle part, enjoying the powder turns. Guardian after Refuge de Lognan in summer. And he's not only snowboarding in winter, but also a Winamax poker player. You'll learn a lot about these riders as they compete over so many years. So, Christophe Chalet approaching the lower part. I'm sure he chose those trees and the landmark, sending a lot of slough down over this cliff as he's approaching his takeoff.
Clearing up the landing almost with all the slough he's sending down. He did a double, but yeah. We could see it's pretty sticky down there in this landing, but he's trying something new, which is good for the creativity, but a little bit hustling.
Yeah, I
down there.
like that line, but it was just not able to connect those bottom features as fluid as he probably would have liked. Just his fluidity score probably not at the level that he was hoping as he's passing by the orange flag in the finish area.
So this creative part, he was trying to ride through it just totally directly to the sun, so the snow conditions weren't that good anymore, so
that's true.
Gives him a hard time.
Well, he has a 3rd place from the first event in Monte Rosa, which is probably going to be a keeper. This might be a throwaway result with this mistake in the middle part. Christophe Chalet waiting for his scores. 3rd in Monte Rosa, the first event of the season, and here at the X Override. We will see in a second. Duro, Konrad, Florian Gassner, and longtime competitor on the Freeride Challenges, Siobhan Chalis, our super experienced judging panel, with the support of Vincent Teurer as a video judge and the head of sports of the Challenge Just of the Freeride World Tour, Benjamin Kamel. So we have the best of the best in the qualifier and challenger in judging.
58 points for
11
Christoph.
best views for, yeah, a lot of deduction for the point. But now, ladies and gentlemen, look up to this guy, or let's say boy, 18 years old only, César Barrin, and he's leading the rankings with a victory in Monte Rosa with the most incredible run filled with backflips. Camion for Volteron, riding for Frisky Belleville. Let's look what César has to show. Wow. Alors, bienvenue tous les amis de César Barrin sur les écrans en France. Le premier au moment dans le ranking des challengers.
Yes,
and a joli backflip de
so
César.
far.
Aussi
Wow.
l'atterrissage très bien fait. Beaucoup de confiance de César.
So good, followed by another
Whoa.
3.
Disappearing out of sight
Yeah.
mid-air. Spectacular run by César so far. Where is he going to come back into a few? There he is. Full speed.
Camera's searching for him as well, and he started so amazing up there, huh? And he's going for something.
Unfortunately,
Oh, no.
being surprised by probably a hard layer in this small 1,000 exposed landing, but nevertheless keeping his speed up.
But he's still going for it. Doesn't really care about it.
So fluid the way he connects his features. Almost too fast for the snow conditions there. Out into the Nar. Big exposure there. We've seen one rider here already.
Super.
Also here keeping his fluidity up. Ooh.
Yeah. Stomped it. Oh, yeah, a little bit unlucky up there, huh? But otherwise it would have been an amazing run.
But what I was amazed the most about now with César was the speed. Like, he just did not slow down,
Yeah.
top to bottom, no matter what the snow conditions or the steepness. Super strong riding for the
Super
young man.
strong. Very solid on the board. He was
Yeah.
just a little bit unlucky in the middle part. Look at this, how far he went. And now look at this huge bag. He landed it perfectly, huh?
He's just a complete rider. He was a border crosser, he was a freestyler, and now brings it all together in free riding.
I'm very
César Barrin. Yeah.
interested now what the judging are doing with his points, because what do you think, how many points he will lose after this little sit down after this landing?
You know,
But it
after
wasn't-
I've been working as a judge so many times, but after commentating the Freeride Junior World Championships this year with former world champion Aline Bock, I was wrong with every single guess. So
Okay.
I decided not to do any more guesses on the judging. You can go ahead and guess the ranking, and then we'll see what the judges think.
Yeah.
It's just better to focus on one thing, and in my case, that's today the commentating. And if I judge, I judge. But if I
Okay.
commentate, I commentate.
It just lost a little bit of speed, you know, but it didn't really get to stop. So I would say that he's losing not that much points, but definitely losing some.
Well, actually, the judging changed a little bit from last year to this year. So, for example, if you do a front roll at full speed, that used to be judged as a crash with 15 to 20 points off. It's only around 7 points off now. So the tendency is to, especially in the snowboarders field, boys and girls, and the ski women, to not punish little mistakes too much, right?
Yeah.
So the riders have more confidence to even ride big runs when they have a small mistake. It's a bit different in male skiing field because the level is so high. You almost need those mistakes to make the difference
Yeah.
between the riders to determine the top ranked
Definitely.
ones.
But as we can see, I think the judges have a little bit hard time to judge him now because of this little mistake. But on the other side, a great riding from this young guy.
Well, he can be relaxed, you know. He has the victory from Monte Rosa under his belt.
Yeah. Okay.
10th place, 67 points, so
67
that definitely
points.
was a major deduction for mistake up there. But also, we must say, we have seen so many flawless runs today, like Ansonilo's 90.6 run. That was pretty much free of any mistake. As we go back up to a last rider in the men's snowboarding field today from Switzerland, Robert Mark. Wow, that went so quick and so amazing, that show today. Coming from Jacheral riding in the whole valleys, the Le Valais.
Mark Robert, actually his first name is Mark, surname is Robert. Our last snowboarder is dropping in now, ladies and gentlemen. So we are following him down with these nice pictures from the drone. Already did a little drop on the top part, then changing over to the next nice cliff, solid landing. Okay, look at this. He decided to go around these mandatory cliffs, what a lot of riders did already, searching for something new, catching up speed. Nice backside air.
Second at the 4-star event at the Engadin this year and fourth at the Montafon. But of course, if you're a judge and you have 3 or 4 riders doing an amazing cliff drop and sticking it, and there's another rider riding around, right? That's then it's easier to make a difference score-wise. Nice butter here.
Enjoying the middle part, just easy cruising. And now, as I said before, the terrain is rolling over. It's not so easy anymore to orientate in this part.
No, I remember over the years we have seen quite a few riders getting lost here. Because it all looks the same coming from top, but so professional this year. Every rider, we had a feeling, knew exactly where he was at each single moment during his run.
Yeah, as you can see. But there's a little bit of slough management needed for him on this part. As you can see, he went through the slough, sliding down all the snow next to him.
Robert now approaching the 360 cliff. At least we saw a lot of threes off that one before.
Yep.
He decides to go straight off it. Nice and clean landing.
Definitely the riders in front of him had better conditions at this takeoff. So
well, yeah. On the other hand, you see the tracks. You know where the takeoff is.
Yeah,
the takeoff sometimes more defined.
Yeah, but he had a little bit of hustle with the slough in front before.
Yeah. Mark Roberts, and I'm leaning out the window pretty far, but I dare to say that his run does not challenge our podium today. And now here we have 3 guys already celebrating in the finish area, or rather in the public area right next to us. May we have the chance to grab one of them, those for an interview as the event moves on. Repetition of Mark Roberts' run. The last score of the men's snowboarders field on this 2024 Kitzsteinhorn Zell Kaprun Challenger by Orage is about to be dropped any moment, and then we have a complete snowboarders field down the mountain with an amazing show. Backflip 360s, big cliff drops, slough management, no crashes.
No crashes.
Couple of hard landings, but no major crashes. 61-67 for Mark Roberts. Wow. And that means we have a podium in our snowboard field. I wonder if our backstage guides are able to give us a display on the men's snowboarding podium. Otherwise, we name it. On 3rd place, we have Rémi Benamont with 85 points. 2nd place from France, Gabin Bozan with 86. And Antonilo, the only one cracking the 90 with a 96.7, is our winner in the men's snowboarding field of this year's challenge. Congratulations, Enzo, and you truly deserve it. It was the perfect run of the snowboarders field, right, honey?
Yeah, it was really cool watching these guys. They were really judging what. Yeah,
there we go.
Here we go.
And really good scores. I mean, you know, when you know the snowboarders, the first 5 all above 80, you know you saw great runs. And I think all these 5 runs were amazing, you know. They all had their backflips, their 360s, they went to the NAR. Great show by the snowboarders today. Wow. Thank you, boys. We really like that. As we move on to the snowboard women's field. And we're expecting to start bib number 1 in that category any moment. Giulia Bottazin from Italy. She's going to be opening up this field, and she has a 10th place in her pocket for Monte Rosa. So she is a bit under pressure to perform now in the challenger here at the Kitzsteinhorn.
She lives in Miedersfloh, next to Innsbruck.
Yeah, 30 years old, Julia, lives in Midas, next to Innsbruck, one of the freeride capitals in the world. Also my hometown. I'm Innsbruck born and bred. Yeah, there are those hotspots. There's Verbier, there's Chamonix. There is a place like Les Arcs, La Clusa, and there's Innsbruck.
We have an issue. The judges are requesting that we have blind spots. It's between the position of the high cut and further down where the rollers are. That's a little bit deeper. We do not in there or
Julia,
oops.
nice second there. Unfortunately, having the board a bit sideways to her landing direction, putting it back down, but only for a moment. Up and running again.
I was just a little bit unlucky landing against the track.
Oh, and my heart burns as I read her home spot being Nordkette. This is where
Yeah.
I grew up snowboarding. Very extreme terrain, right above the city of Innsbruck.
So you never met her up there?
No,
No, so far.
but as a father of two and a working man, you know, I don't get as much time to ride as I used to have as a kid. Obviously, I was supposed to be at school between 10 and 18, but I was found up on a mountain most of the time. Julia, growing up in northern Italy between Lake Garda and the city of Venice. Yeah. And she has a very Italian habit. She has a very personal, often too optimistic concept of time. Or in other words, she's always late. Well, she wasn't late for her run. She's Italian. She wasn't late for a run today. And she
look at this.
definitely knows where she is. Look at it, going over big exposure over there. Wow.
What's her plan now? He's taking it. Yeah. Oh, stay on your feet, please. Okay.
Very brave effort to go in the super steep zone. I liked it. Maybe not as fluid as she was hoping for to ride it, but nevertheless, really, really strong bottom part there. Wow.
Respect to go into this. Yeah.
First rider of the snowboard women field, Giulia Bottatin from Italy. With some beautiful jumps and a very exposed, very extreme lower part. You can see a very nice from the drone shot how much the terrain rolls away, how steep it gets. Two small mistakes in a run, so maybe not the perfect score for her, but we really liked to watch her riding.
And here we have the points with 62 for Giulia from Italy.
So 62 being the benchmark for now. If you go back up the start to see an Australian glider in the start gate.
Yeah, Bryony Johnson from Australia, actually from Mount Hotham.
29 years old, Australian girl. Super stoked to have an Australian girl
Yeah,
in the
me
start.
too.
In field starters here, right?
So far I know there is not a lot of powder snow always in Australia.
No, I think Mount Kosciuszko being the highest one with around 2,000 meters.
Yeah.
But as you said, not a lot of powder. Well, but she seems used to powder. Beautiful first jump by Brioni.
Actually, it's good training for stomping if you don't have always the perfect powder conditions.
Yeah.
As we can see here, her riding.
And she sits on 5th place after 5th in the first challenge at Monte Rosa. So the door still wide open for her to qualify for next year's Field World Tour. Only one snowboard girl will make it to the tour. So out of the 10 starters today, we have one spot to give away for the Field World Tour in 2025. Best 3 results out of 5 count and decide who will be part of the world's best on the 2025 Freeride World Tour. What I really like about her that she sees herself a bit as a role model for other Australian freeriders, because there's a lot of young girls that come from surfing to snowboard and the freeride, and they don't even know they could potentially participate in the Freeride World Tour. So she wants to showcase them that it is possible.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, they have a nice saying coming up, especially from the Kiwis. I think they really gave a little bit of push to the Australians as well in freeriding, and
exactly,
it's so cool to get more and more international in this sport.
And her slogan is "Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard." I really like that. A lot of
That's a
humor
good
in that.
one. Oh,
But
shitty. That was unlucky now.
yeah, first mistake on the run, getting stuck in the super deep
Yeah.
snow. That's a different exposure again. It's a bit more northeast, right?
Mhm.
So there's a lot of snow accumulation. Wow, nice last drop. Staying on her feet despite numerous humps and bumps, and slough slides right behind her. Wow, strong run by Briony Johnson.
Briony Johnson in the finish. Yeah, a little bit unlucky up there, huh? But the snow was super deep, huh?
The snow
I
was
think
super,
she
yeah.
wasn't probably not expecting it from the angle she was landing. So
No, because
got a
the
little
exposure
stuck.
changes from southeast to northeast within a
Yeah.
couple of meters. So from sun-affected snow to like deep, almost north-facing powder snow. So she did sink in quite a bit, but it was only a small wobble. Let's call it like that.
small water.
$52 points. Yeah, it did cost her a bit more than she was hoping for. 50 for Briony. But nevertheless, I like it all the way from Australia. Actually, all the way from Australia, we go to Austria. Austria, Sarah Bacher, coming from Monte Rosa with a third place. And she is such a flea on the snowboard. She's about half my size. Nevertheless, lights well. Yeah. Did a lot of border crossing in her life, and now she's all freeride. And she's really solid today in riding. And that showed with third place in the first challenge event at Monte Rosa. Obviously, as she's coming from Innsbruck, my fingers are crossed for her right now for a good run here at the
Dropping
Kitzsteinhorn.
in now.
Yeah, a couple of great results here for this season. Super consistent. She won the Monte Rosa 4-star. She was fourth at the 4-star in Hakuba. So really good results for her this winter.
Very cool.
Obviously, you have to touch the gossip section a bit. Her boyfriend, Valeraina, last year's and still reigning freeride World Tour champion, is already in Verbier and waiting for a confirmation of the competition, potentially for this Friday. He might already be on. I haven't been able to check my phone in the last hour or so. But all the riders are already in Verbier for the final. Sarah is enjoying her run down.
Yeah.
A lot of powder turns up there.
Probably a better decision now to go more on the rider's left, huh? Just snow-wise here on the middle part. Probably.
Yep.
And she's doing the direct line straight towards us in the middle part of the main face.
Approaching a nice cliff, skid landing.
Yeah. Okay. Yes,
Not a
dumped it
drop.
super.
Really clean, very fluid, very clean so far by Sarah Bacher, the Innsbruck-based Austrian girl.
Very smooth so far, her run. What is she doing in the last section?
And
just stay.
she wants
Super.
so much to qualify for next year's Tour. She can actually compete with her boyfriend and travel with Valle on all those comps. Well, she might be able to do so if she goes for another jump and sticks it.
Super.
Looking good here.
Very nice.
Creative bottom line choice.
Yeah. So, very nice run, I have to say. She did from part to part, always a little drop.
Yep.
And stomped everything super clean. Fluidity was also nice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looking good for
Looking good for Sarah Bacher.
rank number 1, probably, huh? She wanna hit the first place.
Well, we'll see what the judges say. Not enough to give the scores, but it was a clean run, very fluid. I like this air. Nice speed control and then setting up for next. She had a rhythm top to bottom really. There were a couple of turns, there was an air, a couple of turns, there was an air. So pretty complete run. 69 for Sarah Bacher.
69
That
points.
puts her in first place right now, overtaking Julia Bottacin and Briony Johnson. But we have another couple of girls up there. And the next one has a lot of freeride world to experience. Arna Oliver.
She lives in Courmayeur, Flo.
She lives in Courmayeur on the south side of Mont Blanc.
Yeah.
Was on the Freeride World Tour this
beautiful.
year, did not make the cut, and immediately came back to the challengers to say, hey, I belong to the tour. I want to get my ticket for the 2025 Freeride World Tour back.
Dropping in now.
She's a two-time runner-up world champion on Freeride World Tour and has done multiple podiums on the tour. So she's one of those who really works hard for her achievements.
I don't know if it's you're probably getting the riders prepared anyhow. A couple numbers further up. Is there anything we can improve? Maybe if you have an idea to.
Fourth place last week at the first challenge at Monte Rosa, so she's ready for the podium.
Or do you need some information when a rider is halfway through from
She's going big flow. Look at this.
Wow.
What tracky part. Yes, super.
Disappears for a moment
Yeah.
in the Nar between the rocks, coming out with a lot of slough. I wish we have to. Hope we have the
Great
drone there
landing.
next time in different angles. We can actually
Yeah.
see her.
I want to see
going
also
to that.
behind that, yeah, because super nice.
Nice in big air. Bit of a speed wobble. Finding a solution by going switch for a couple of meters.
Mm-hmm.
That was quite smart. Yeah, did not put a hand down. Just turned her snowboard around.
Super solid run until now, Flo, huh?
Yeah, I switched to from the screen to
Okay.
live because he's actually just like 150 meters away from us, going down into steeps with a Husky truck sitting right in front of the bottom part of the face, which he's approaching right now.
You can see the snow following her a little
Yeah,
bit here
so
now.
this is the southeastern aspect that gets hit by the sun the most right now. And you can tell there's a lot of humidity in the snow as this starts to move behind her.
And let's
It's really not easy, right? As where she's going now, you switch from northeast to southeast, right? Which is
Yeah.
from powder snow to slush within a couple of meters.
okay.
Where does she want to go? Is she where she wants to be?
She's in an exposed area right now, and try to find her way down, and she's going over it straight. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Nice.
Super nice run out, yeah, boy. Stay on your feet now.
Oh, Anna Oliver doing one of the most extreme bottom parts in the snowboard girls field.
Yeah, Flo.
But then getting stuck in the run out, right? Having a bit too much speed and being compressed at the bottom of this run out, not being able to hold it together.
What a shame, huh? But it's not so easy. You're catching up a lot of speed here in the landing, and then to control the outrun, it's
Matthias
not
Hahnholder,
easy.
former Freeride World Tour stop winner, and Tina can't believe it that he was really hoping for her to ride out clean out this amazing bottom part. Unfortunately, a mistake down there, but the Lions Cross still going to go through the roof, as our American friends would say.
But because it was such a great run until here, and then she was so unlucky in the run out, and that's a shame. Yeah.
Well, in freeriding, winning and losing is so close together, right? You have to give it all. But the nice thing is you're always competing against yourself. 55 points, that's currently third place in the snowboard field male division. But no time to rest for us as we're looking up to see the winner of last week's Challenger at Monte Rosa. From France, Noémie Eki from Val Thorens, riding for the Free Ski Belleville Club, riding in Les Trois Vallées. And she's got to have all that confidence from a victory under her belt just a couple of days ago. 23 years old, she says she has only one goal. She wants to be on the Freeride World Tour next year. And well, if she keeps winning, she definitely will be.
Good body language, I would say. There is some motivation from this lady, huh?
And she's been motivated to snowboard since a little kid. She says she didn't even have the strength to tighten up her snowboard boots. So her nanny used to do it at 9 in the morning, even though she only could ride after school at 2 p.m. So she spent all morning at school with her snowboard boot already tightened up. That's how big her motivation was for riding already when she was a little kid. Yeah,
cool.
That really displays her motivation. And here we see A360. Awesome. Taking the freestyle category here. I really like that.
Looks like
Still plenty of room for powder turns, right?
Wow.
Full speed.
Yeah.
This cliff. I remember Sarah Bach was currently first, hitting the same cliff, but slowing down before. Noemi just keeping your speed up. That's what judges really like, right? Take your speed as you approach a cliff. Don't slow down before it.
It's so tracked out in this part already. Huh? Come on. Drop it. A little stuck here. Yeah. It's not getting easier here in this part, I would say.
No, nice slash. Well, you know, it was not a crash. It was just a quick stop.
Yeah, just nothing huge, but
Yeah. But I really like her riding style. A lot of power in these legs of Noemi Eki.
definitely.
Woo! And that rounds up half the riders' field in the women's snowboard category. 5 out of 10 goes down. And we'll see if Noemi's run was strong enough to challenge Sarah Bacher, who's currently in the lead. Noemi Eki from France, our current leader in the women's snowboarding field in this year's Challenger Series. Only one girl will make it to the Freeride World Tour next year. So that's a 10% chance, 1 out of 10 making it for the next tour next year. Right, we're still waiting for Noemi's score as the technical team doing some improvements here in our commentators, Kevin. 71.67.
Whoa, taking the lead.
We got the new leader. Beating Sarah Bacher by 2 points. Wow, and that's going to be a stoked Noemi after the victory Monte Rosa, now in a comfortable lead before we have the second half of the women's snowboarding field. Up in the start gate is the first of those. Louis Ruiz from France. 30-year-old from Tignes. Tignes, Maribel Courchevel, also one of the freeriding hotspot in the Alps. Probably one of the areas with the most wide open terrain. I remember Gulain Guichery, multiple IFSA free ski world champion many years ago, comes from there. Full speed through the upper section, no compromises by Lou. Same cliff as Sarah Bacher and Noemi right before her. And now approaching the lower part. That's the first time you actually see this steep part. And with this nice air, beautiful, good speed control. Playing this smart, staying a bit further to riders left, but the snow is still fresher. Going back all the way to the other side. Lining up a potentially last cliff drop.
Unfortunately, snow is getting stickier and stickier down here.
Yeah, not easy to handle the snow conditions down there. Obviously, the snow is changing by the minute, but Lou managing to stay on the feet, and we'll see what the judges will say to that run of hers.
Kind of clean landing, but yeah.
Yeah. 65, 67, the third place for Louis for the moment. Sorry, we were disappearing a bit from commentating because there were some technical troubles in our truck which have to be solved, but looks like they're almost done. As we're looking back up to see the veteran of the women's snowboarding field, Claire McGregor from Verbier, dropping in. Wow, she's been on this tour for so many years. Ups and downs, big injuries, big victories. And yeah, she's had a good season so far. Second place in New Zealand at the 4-star. And that reminds me something I must not forget. She wants to say hello to Verbier's favorite dog. Just trying to find the name of that dog. She sent me that last night. There's a lot going on in Verbier at the moment. There's gorillas, there's dogs. There we go. Ragnar is everyone's favorite dog in Verbier, recovering from an injury, coming out of hospital. And yeah, another shout out to Jess, the dog from San Benoit, who passed away last week. So yeah, the Verbier crew, very special free community there. A lot of gorillas to be found there also. We'll talk about that a little later. Claire McGregor. Yeah, she's been living Verbier for such a long time. You could think she's a Swiss Romand, but she is actually a Kiwi girl. Wonder if she's ever going to go back there. Don't really think so. So Claire approaching the lower part. Nice, solid drop. Oh, Claire, speed control. Wow, who wants to slow down if you can go straight? And that was a pure Claire McGregor move. Rather than slowing it down to bring it home after a great bottom air, she just goes all in and shows us the biggest crash of the day so far. Claire, you're sticking up to your name and your fame. Awesome riding, awesome motivation, and an awesome crash by Claire McGregor. Honey just coming back from the outside. Did you see Claire's crash? No. Unfortunately, he didn't. Well, I'm sure we will see a replay of it. There was a bummer because it was one of her strongest runs this season, I would say. Really clean, yeah, solid airs. Especially that last air as she entered the steeps was super nice, but then she went all in. It was just too fast for the snow conditions. Here, honey, you have the repetition. Last step big in the fall line, and then it doesn't slow down and goes for multiple cartwheels. Yeah, you can see the track out there. Claire, she's always in for action. Claire, thank you for the show. As we go back up to the next rider, and Michaela, she's a bit the opposite as far as personality goes than Claire. Very controlled and being on tour for so many years now as well. 36 years old, or young, you gotta say. I just met her in St. Anton riding last weekend, where she trained for this stop. Michaela Holsten from Finland. So many years of competition.
Yeah, she's really into competing. Yeah, I remember Michaela from my World Tour time. Mm-hmm. We had a really good traveling time together as well, and nice competitions all over the world. And I'm really looking forward now to see how she's charging down this mountain.
So I asked her last week if she's ever going to stop competing, and she said, well, why should I stop, right? It's so much fun still. Reminds me of myself. People ask me the question also when I was still.
She's also one of the most passionate rider I know. She was living on the Arlberg as well, and always on the search for snow. It's perfect perspective now, Flo, huh? The drone is so low now, so close to her. Drop this cliff really smooth, so now it's getting into the steeper section. She decided to go more in the middle part of the whole face and drop this one. Very nice, Flo.
Wow.
Good, snow still there, so it's the outrun is in the not so good conditions part actually, with all the snowballs around there. Still a little bit of sticky snow, but she takes the right decision. Perfect to drop into the soft snow again. And is charging really on the last part, trying to get the most out of it. Yeah, smooth. Great. Great, Michaela. Yeah, such an experienced rider. By the way, she know how the game get played and is into the finish. Super.
Cool. And as Michaela go through the finish line, I have to excuse myself. I just got a WhatsApp from Rémi Benamo. I actually called him Rémi Barin today.
Oh, yeah.
Probably thinking about César Barin, our 18-year-old snowboarder. So sorry, Rémi. Of course, we know you're Rémi Benamo. And we'll try to avoid the same mistake as we're looking at repetition of Michaela's run. Wow, what do you think? Is that going to be enough to kick Noémie Eki from the first place with her 17 points right now?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tight. So I really liked her run, Michaela, but you know, it's tight on the first. Yeah, and we will see Flo soon. Oh, yippee!
76, there you
First
go.
place for Michaela Holstein. Now her experience paid off definitely on her run, and
I'd say so too. She kind of knew exactly what snow to expect and week's exposure, right? That's like what, yeah, that's what you ride for decades as snowboarder.
That's
just
right.
goes into your blood.
And this is, you know, the young guns, they're really charging it with tricks, and the experienced riders are, they really know where to go. That's how this sport is so interesting for all type of ages.
I got it. Already on course, our next rider, second to last snowboarder girl of the day, Yoma Fougain. I hope I pronounced this the right way. 31-year-old, also from France. Alors bonjour une autre fois, tous les mecs, tout le monde qui est avec nous aujourd'hui de France. Also from Verbier, Switzerland, where she lives, actually coming from Avoriaz. That's why she's riding for France still.
Keep going, Flo, talking France. It sounds very native for me.
Very native. Alors c'est difficile pour moi parce que tout l'été je parle pas du tout en français. All summer I don't speak French. Après quand l'hiver arrive, ça change. It used to be a lot easier for me when I traveled in the Swiss Romand in Verbier and Chamonix.
Yeah.
Don't do that so much anymore, so my French got a bit rusty over the years. But I really like it. Like so many others, I didn't like it. It's cool, but actually when you realize how nice it is to travel, when you speak foreign language, then it turns to fun. Wow, beautiful entry, the lower body face, unfortunately with a bit too much speed and sending her into a triple tumble. Wow, on the footsteps of Claire McGregor, who also went for a big drop and couldn't get rid of the speed. But nevertheless, she just shakes it off and does her next cliff drop. I really like that. Wow, Honey just missed an amazing move, Yoma. She had a big crash and it just shook it off and went for the next cliff top right away. That was an amazing move.
I just got interrupted by this guy out there. Sorry, what is? But we definitely will see it in the recap.
We'll see it in the recap. She makes it down safely. Wow, so not a podium run for Yoma, which being Austrian, brings to the point that Sarah Bacher, still in third place, can only be chased away from the podium by Tiffany Perrotin, our last women ride of the day. But let's look at the replay of Yoma's run. Huh? 30 points for Yema. Yeah, that was kind of obvious after the big crash that score was not going to be a challenge for the podium. But I really like her motivation and braveness. keeping on riding after such a big crash, really, really strong. And very strong is also a very last rider, Tiffany Perratin, 35 years old, also very experienced. And she was on the Freeride World Tour this year, but it did not go the way she really wanted to, so she missed the cut, but she's back, and we see why she was on the tour. No compromise of the full speed over that first rock.
Wow.
Super
Stopped.
controlled also over the second one. Wow. Starting for France, but living and riding in Verbier.
She's the last rider on Snowboard woman. And yeah, she's able probably to squeeze somewhere between the first three ladies. If she's doing a great bottom part, there is everything still open, I would say. If you can bring up a great show,
Totally.
then yeah.
And with a second place from last week's event, Monterosa, she has no pressure, right? She already has a top result under her belly, under her belt.
Which is mentally definitely positive. And we will see how she will handle this. Oh, she's going for the cliff there. The two other girls did already.
Wow, grand saut de Tiffany. Très bien fait. Alors peut-être un dernier saut en bas.
Yeah.
Oh, joli, très fluide aussi. Very nice the way she connects her turn and the cliffs. It looks very smooth, showing all that experience there. No hiccups so far. Hopefully the commentator's curse doesn't get her. Wow, that's a suspension system.
Pretty
that you saw there.
similar,
Wow.
pretty similar to Michaela, I would say,
Yeah.
in the bottom part, which is a good sign because Michaela is still leading.
Definitely challenging the podium with this run. Tiffany Perratin from France, our last snowboard woman of the day. I think it was a very solid run.
Yeah, it was solid run.
Yeah.
Look at this drop.
Like, it really displayed a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Also here, she was always in a move all the way down, so kept fluidity.
Exactly.
A little speed check in front of this cliff, but this is a steep part. And then
That's
she
going to be a
managed
tight
it.
one.
She managed
Michaela
it
Holston,
really
76
good.
points is the score to beat now. Does she manage to beat the very experienced Michaela?
Yeah, she's happy.
Wow, she needs 71
will
for the podium or 76 for the
and-
victory.
Come up with the points. Can she beat Michaela? We will see soon.
Where you see the whole vibe in the crew is so nice because each competitor is only competing against the challenge which he sets himself. It's not like in alpine racing, you know, where you race the clock and pretty much race your fellow competitors. You set yourself a challenge, and if you manage to do all the jumps, all the line the way you want it, then you definitely end up near the top, right? And that's why the vibe is so good among the riders.
That's right, Farias.
Wow, alors, on attend le point pour Tiffany Perratin de France.
And
78.
she takes the lead.
And she doesn't take the lead, she takes the win because she was the last snowboard woman on the mountain.
win. Congratulations.
Tiffany Perratin in first place, ahead of Michaela Holston and Noemi Eki on third. Here we see the podium. Sarah Bacher from Austria, just behind the
Also
podium
good.
on fourth place. What a show the girls put up. I really liked it, especially those top runs were so fluid, so fast, and with a lot of airs. Really great to see the girls. And they were charging. We saw that with two of the biggest crashes of the day were the women's snowboarding category.
Yeah.
So these girls are not holding back at all. Thanks for the show, girls. That was truly amazing. And we continue with the girls, but with the skiers instead of the snowboarders. And it's so fast. We have hardly time
It's
to
already
switch from
on.
one sheet to the next. Colin,
Women's ski.
Colin,
Here we are.
is it Pernay or is it Pernet?
Probably Pernette from Ireland.
And she's a wild card. That means we don't have a lot of information of her, but we know she rides well because her first air was pretty impressive already. Wow.
She's technically wise also super solid, huh? As you can see here on the short turns for the speed check for the cliff and dropped it and stomped it. Very great. Getting up some speed here on the middle part of the face, enjoying still the snow. Looks still a pretty okay flow, huh, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say so too.
Yeah. They are definitely always looking for the parts which are not directly facing into the sun, where definitely the snow is better and we can see it. Also when the skiers are doing some spray turns here. All right, let's see, open up something new. Oh, cool. Whoa, 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 double. Ah, no. Ah, shitty. That would have been started so cool, and now she tumbled in the end after the.
Well, she did exactly what a wildcard rider should do. You know, go
Go
all
for
in,
it.
nothing to lose.
Yeah.
She was
Right.
She was faster than many of the snowboard men we saw on the mountain today.
Yeah.
Even ripped her backpack open with the airbag sticking out. Wow.
Ah, I'm sorry for her, but because that looked so pretty cool.
Colleen Pernod, well, still with a very impressive show as a wildcard.
Yeah.
Definitely gives her the chance to be part of the game again in the future. Also, that first turn only showed so much confidence, you know, going like twice as far as most other riders. And this is a really difficult jump to manage as well. No problems there.
Yeah.
And then
Super
as she
confident.
enters the steeper part with so much speed, a little bit in the back seat, and as she gains control again, goes head over heels once.
Yeah, that happened. And it was a little bit unlucky for her, but actually was a very creative idea what she was trying to do
Yeah,
up there.
very creative.
The next rider already in the start gate. Ellie Olsen from Sweden, from Åre, living in Engelberg, dropping in now. Yeah, Sweden has also a huge history in freeriding. Super solid skier since the beginning of freeriding. And also, whoa, did a nice shifty here on the first drop. Super solid riding. And she's trying to do the same cliff here. A little bit less speed. Oof. Whoa, that was tight, the landing. But she managed it really good. I think she saw the landing that's pretty bombed out already, so she tried to take it a little bit more easy. Okay, it looks like she's going into the middle part again, where all the most riders already decided to go there as well.
Full speed middle part by Ellie Olsen, sitting in 9th place at the overall challenger ranking right now. Yeah, with a 3rd place at the England Snow Forster qualifier being her best result of this season.
Okay, she's going now on the good side of the couloir and changed over now to the not so good side, snow-wise again, and looking for a drop, and yeah, managed it good. Coming down here, it's already tracked a little bit. I've been cool and speeded up into the finish line. Stay on your feet, baby. Oh, yeah.
Matthias Hauner's favorite part of the phase seems to be the bottom part, where the riders have to fight multiple speed bumps. And we have seen tragedy here over the years with riders doing the winning run and then crashing right in front of the finish line, turning this area into the heartbreak hotel of the Kitzsteinhorn qualifier phase. Very fluid run by Ellie, our Swedish rider. Are being her home mountain, but she trains, as so many Swedes, in Engelberg in Switzerland, which is like a little Sweden within Switzerland, actually.
That's right, yeah. All right.
Ellie Olsen. Well, this will be a first benchmark in the girls skiing field, with Colleen Pernod crashing right before. 70 points. That's a good benchmark by Ellie.
Solid.
Yep. But there's also still room towards the top for anyone going for bigger jumps in that lower part. Maybe our next bib, Kelly Berton from France.
from
is our next
Val
rider girl.
She lives in Val Thorens and she rides in Val Thorens, and she's a real French freeride. Not legend yet, but probably in the future.
Well,
Kelly Berdon.
just 2 victories away from making it to the World Tour, and then it's quick to be a legend.
Yeah.
It's her 3rd year on the qualifiers. Monte Rosa did not go the way she wanted. A 10th place there.
Go straight with more speed. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That was good, huh? And a little bit lucky in the landing because it's a huge bomb hole already, and she managed it perfectly, actually, and kept going on with her speed. Also in the most tracked part of the face, searching her way down into the challenging part now. Yeah, take this cliff with her. Solid. Okay, now it's getting interesting here for her, because slough management is really important there, as you can see now. And the little drop, don't get caught by the slough and take the right decision on the outrun. She goes back into the couloir, take this transfer, actually what the most of the riders did already.
It's interesting that
But
this
it's
area of
both.
the mountain sees so much traffic, right? I mean, there's
Yeah.
we have those 5 ramps at the bottom, and this one has by far seen the most riders go right through it.
But obviously, you know, this part you see the most, and also for the judges, pretty cool. So on
Yeah.
the line choices, I can imagine that they go through this part, because you can do a lot. But if it's always the best to go there where all the others go, as you can see, then it's then you have to handle all the tracks. But she started really cool up there, especially this one.
Definitely one of the
This
highlights of her
feature.
run.
Oh,
And managing to stay on her feet despite her left key getting buried into snow a bit.
she's happy.
From the free ski Belleville clip, judged by former Verbi Extreme winner Kevin Goury.
So our next lady, Lou Beran, dropping in now from France. She's also from Val Thorens, like her friend right in front of her.
Yeah, they ride together all the time. So very likely we see a similar line. We see a lot of times you have riders from the same area in the world who scope lines together and then do their runs in a similar way.
Yeah. So, which is so cool to have a ride body, huh?
It
A
is,
riding
yeah.
body.
Yeah, well, I remember when we were on the Freeride World Tour together for many years, and we would spend those evenings before the comps, right, sitting in the
Yeah.
hotel rooms and going through all the pictures and debating which cliff would best spit in what angle.
Yeah. So
It's really part of freeriding.
that's right. Whoa, nice one, huh? This was far.
That was a rather large entry.
Yeah.
Wow. I hope next time we have the drone angles just before the takeoff so we can see that cliff drop
Yeah.
in full beauty. Another nice area. So a lot of airs
She's collecting the airs flow.
for Lou. Yeah.
She's going for it.
Sitting on 7th place after 7th in Monte Rosa. Yeah. And Austria is a good proving ground for her. Yeah, she won the 4-star qualifier in Montafon, the open phases event, just
Wow.
a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So last time she was in Austria, she went home with a victory.
That's a good omen for her.
Wow, that's such a hard area to navigate. You know, to find that cliff, it all rolls away. Really, so very impressed by her riding so far.
So
To me,
cool.
so far the strongest performance of this women's skiing field of the day.
Yeah.
And she has so much more to play down there. Let's see what the important part
She was
brings
really
for
collecting a lot of drops until now.
already. Yeah,
Oh, it's challenging in here, huh?
yeah, but maybe it's not a spot to ride the couloir, then up on the super sun affected open field.
Yeah.
And she has another cliff, which comes right here.
That's
Boom!
perfect. Perfect ending, I would say.
Applause! Yeah,
She really
round of
collected
applause for Kelly.
all the drops from
Pardon.
top to bottom, and yeah, I
Wow.
think that she was just collecting points on each drop, so that's a good sign. So It's gonna be interesting for Ellie Olsen if she could stay in the lead, because Megan did a great job here in this run. Some recaps we can see and enjoy.
Yeah, what I really liked as well, like she supersized a lot of those jumps, right? She did not like hesitate, took most of them with a lot of speed, you know, like that last one.
Super. I like how you explain it out from a freeride coach from this view.
Very much taking you to the limit of what's possible snow-wise and condition-wise. And yeah, look how professional for a 23-year-old holding that ski into the camera. Walter on the north face, line ski, and what's the middle part? Zenith.
Zenith,
yeah. She
can happy and she's leading, ladies and gentlemen.
75-67, that's a comfortable 6 points lead, almost ahead of Ellie Olsen.
Yeah.
And that is the run to beat to me. Very strong riding
next,
by Lou.
So Megan out of Germany. She lives there, she rides there. So she must be used to all the steep faces, I think so. That means probably the bottom part is her part.
Yeah, Megan, if you pronounce in English, or Megan Beton, if we go for the French version. She was on the Freeride World Tour this year. She was so stoked to qualify, kept her fans happy on Instagram with a lot of posts.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Flow! Wow. Oh, she was trying hard, but yeah, it's hard to stand this one. But she keeps going on.
Yeah, that was kind of has been her curse all season. She's been going big all season, you know, those, just like today, and just not being able to hold it together. It was such a great entry, such a big air by Megan.
But she sticks to her line, huh? And she's going. Yeah, super unlucky with the crash up there. If she could handle this one, hey, yeah, that would have been really tight for the two leading girls, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. Wow, look at this, honey.
Oh, oh, oh. Okay. She's taking it.
We know it's possible. We saw a Snowboard do it before, but maybe she had second thoughts because she knew after the crash and the early part of her run, she would not be able to make up for that completely by dropping this. So maybe a smart move by our 30-year-old competitor from Germany, Megan Beton. Super active girl, surfing away the summers and skiing the winters.
I would say if we would have stomped the first big cliff, she would definitely went for this as well.
That's what I think as well, yeah.
But mentally, I can definitely understand her. So if it is worse to do it in the final, if he had, as we can see at the recap, this crash. So it was actually close to land it, huh? But was, shame it was on land. Unlucky for her. Megan, is this right? The pronunciation?
Megan Beton. La prononciation en français est toujours difficile pour nous en allemand. Mais oui, on peut pratiquer. Hein? Pratiquer.
we try.
And we move on to Les Arcs Free Ski Club presenting Mia McNabb. There's a huge crew. I think we have 6 skiers in the French ski category right afterwards. Mia being the only girl from the Les Arcs Free Ski Club, one of the breeding grounds of the best freeride competitors, especially in main skiing, where we have another 6 on the start right now.
Okay.
Their coach Xavier being a legend by his own.
She's no! Oh no! I was just trying to say she's not really hesitating about it. She's just going for it and kept the speed and then
trying to keep her weight centered over the skis to land it nicely, but having a bit too much forward momentum,
but
right?
it was just a little tiny inflow. It was just a
had
little
her
tiny.
skis been like 1 inch wider, she would probably been able to stay on her feet there.
Oh, shit.
So not in for a winning run anymore, Mia McNabb, but she can still enjoy the powder. I'm sure she's going to show us a couple more nice features on the part. Similar though to Majan, not being able to hold it together in this upper area. Yeah, it's getting more and more tricky, right? Those landings, especially on the south-facing aspect, to get more sticky.
Ooh.
And that was really weird moves.
It
seems like
he
her
missed a little bit here on this downwards hanging.
seems like her inside ski got hung up on a rock or a piece of grass or something.
Lost the pole as well. Yeah, Flo, you're a freeride coach as well, and if we watch the riders, they had a little mistake up there or a crash. They are still going for their line. They still go for the line and keep it as a training run, isn't it?
Well, you have to realize that you've been focusing on this moment at the start gate for so long, you know, not just minutes, hours or days. You've been looking at this mountain, you're preparing your line, and then all the tension, you release it, and you go at 100%, your body's at 100%, your mind's at 100%, and then you have that crash. So you can't switch off immediately. Like you do those front rolls, you keep riding, and you still think you're in competition. Well, you are still in competition mode. So it's not smart really, because we know that the risk of an injury and a crash is much higher after a small crash at the top. But you can't just switch off. So you kind of want to do and want to show what you can do. The worst case is like what we saw with Jeremy Heinz at the Freeride World Tour, who lost his ski at the second to last jump on the wheelchair loader, but then just kept going and did the last jump on one ski and dislocated his hip. These are the things that can happen when you keep going, but you can't blame anyone. And I know I had similar situations, you for sure did as well, but the smarter thing would be to just say, take your breath, say, okay, that's it, and then just do a powder run down. And we saw it here with Mia, you know, she had this mistake at the top, she kind of kept doing her run, and then went into the second mistake, and that's what can potentially be dangerous, but you can really not blame any rider for it.
Yeah, sure.
So we're going to Challengers World's number 2, Jenna Keller from Switzerland. Yeah, lives in Le Jable at the bottom of Verbier.
She rides in Verbier.
Yeah.
Yep.
Comes from the region around the Dorne-Midi, around Morgin.
And she's on course already. Such a great pictures again, so close with the drone. And she's doing a back in! No!
Round of applause for Jenna Keller for giving it all.
Look at this bubble.
That was such an amazing move. Wow. First girl today to go for a backflip, and a big one too.
Yeah, she twisted a little bit.
She was a little sideways in the air, so there was not really a chance to land. We can see the landing track of the ski 90 degree to the actual riding angle, but you can't give her enough props for the effort.
Oh wow, so cool. Huh?
Yeah, you can tell all this crew in Verbier, you know, they're riding and pushing each other every day, and that raises the level in free riding, in free skiing.
Look at this distance where she landed.
And
she
that's
went
result,
so far,
you know?
Flo. Wow. Yeah, so big respect from the girls. And especially from here now, show where she's standing at that far with this huge backflip.
Jenna Keller with the big battery. Can we get that position? Look at it. There she goes for it. All control. Pulls it up.
Oh.
So as a coach, you can tell her, well, whatever you do, stay straight. Don't start looking over that shoulder. Look over your back. And because her rotation momentum was perfect. Like she would have probably been able to land it easily had she stayed in her correct axis. Nevertheless, we like the show, we like the effort, and Wealthy can throw away this result because she has the second place from Monte Rosa. So, you know, nothing happens. She'll still be
cool. So
right up there.
She had the right mindset, just trying for it, push it again, even higher. And
someone who has the right mindset as well is our next rider. Representing Freeride Academy Innsbruck, one of our coaches. Ulla Guillot, and she had such an amazing run in Monte Rosa. Yeah, for sure a podium run. And then she crashed like 10 minutes before the finish line in the outrun. Before the judges line. Just losing his key while
Yeah.
riding. So she was so bummed. She almost broke her poles because she was so
I
angry.
can imagine this. And she's dropping in now.
Ola, good
She's
luck.
24 years old, and yeah, fingers crossed now. Flo is getting nervous next to
Oh,
me.
Totally, I'm so stoked, you know. We have such enormous amount of young riders right now at Innsbruck at Freeride Academy. 75 kids in the academy,
Super.
another. But no really adult riders pushing out of the Innsbruck community into the competition right now. So we're stoked to have all of there representing our hometown, representing the Freeride Academy. Approaching the hourglass jump.
Oh, yes, super managed it very good.
Showing
on
her
this.
strong legs. Look like a boy's landing, really.
Yeah, because this bump hill is really it's kind of
Yeah.
a rock, lying on a rock.
I
probably.
told
It's
Ulla
a-
to tighten her skis more. She said, I can't if I do it anymore.
Ah, okay.
They
But
don't-
she's
they
doing
don't
it.
release
Look at
anymore.
this. Really technical, looks really solid. The skis are together, Flo.
Yeah, she is a staatliche Skilehrer, so she
Yeah.
has gone through a lot of ski trainings.
That you can see.
Well, having-
Technically wise, super good.
You see that as a skier. Yeah, she has the highest level of certification as a ski instructor in Austria, which is hard to get. It's a lot of weeks of dedication.
Yeah. Doing another one, yeah.
And she said it's not easy with the mindset. You know you have a crash on that first run, so you want to rip it, but you have to stay on your feet because 2 3 throwaway results would mean you will have a hard time qualifying for the tour.
Line choice as well for her, huh?
Yeah, definitely more
Little drop
conservative
here.
than in the Monte Rosa event. Nice one for the end. And now stay on your feet, take it home. Don't repeat the fate of
Yeah.
the event in Monte Rosa.
Super. Very smart on the last part as well, collecting all little drops a lot, which pumps you up in the points. So that was a really smart line choice. I would say.
Totally. Not sure
Two
she
big
had
ones.
enough airtime there to challenge Lou Barin in the first place, but I would say a podium run for sure for the moment.
For a moment, yes, I would say so.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the best runs from the ladies we have seen so far.
Yeah. But
And she
still
has a
looking,
really nice
knowing
ski,
the
huh?
way she can ride, I believe it was like a 90-95% run, as we call it, you know, not going all in, not doing the 100%, but very smart in that case because she needs this result to get her mindset back after the crash in Monte Rosa.
So let's hope for the best. What the judges are saying about her run.
5 girls to go out of a 14 girls field in the women's category at this year's Freeride World Tour Challenger by Raj at the Kitzsteinhorn Zell am See Kaprun event, which jumped in 80 points for
Yeah! Ulla, congratulations for the lead!
See, and,
So cool.
and I give a guess and it's wrong, so it reminds me of stopping to guess for the scores again. Ulla Giat taking the lead, and she'll be stoked because that's going to be a keeper result
So
for her.
cool.
Wow.
So cool that we have one Austrian rider female again.
Y
Here.
ahora, bienvenida a toda la gente de España que están con nosotros ahora. Elizabeth Marina Villanova, the girl with the beautiful sounding name, isn't it? Elizabeth Marina Villanova. Yeah. An Austrian name can never
Really good.
be that beautiful. Oh, her 4th year in the qualifiers, and she finished 6th on the Monte Rosa. Showing that she's right up there. Wow, going huge at the entry. Unfortunately, loses key and going for probably the biggest crash of today.
Oh no.
Oh,
I hope she's fine, Flo. She lost all her keys. Please move.
that was a crazy crash. Seemed to me that she definitely flew further down into that landing than she was expecting.
Yeah, look at how quick it
Yeah.
goes. Already going to her, on the way to her.
Very sorry to see Elizabeth crash a big time.
no.
Yeah, I think she had a bit too much speed as she came over the cliff and flew definitely a couple of meters further than she was expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So motivated. Oh, look at the strong landing. And then we see that takeoff here. Very blind. And going
Yeah.
like 5 meters further than the girl right in front of here. And that was a couple of hard rollovers there. Wow.
Yeah, she also did tomahawk 3 times in a row, huh?
Yeah. Lost both of her skis. All right. We'll be back in a moment with the condition report from Elizabeth Marina Villanova. So we have great news from our safety crew, which is up with Elisabeth already. She says she's fine. We can see her standing. Obviously, it was a big shock, the crash. But, you know, being a former professional gymnastics and being able to know backflips before she could even ski, you know, I'm sure she's used to those kind of crashes. And we can see it was a hard one, but she's up and ready to put the skis on again.
The rider is okay. She will go to the side. We don't need a doctor here.
Okay, as we just heard, we don't need a doctor here. The rescue was so fast there. They collected their skis and she is good. And she will go.
Elisabeth Marina Villanova, the girl with potentially the nicest sounding name in the girls' feet, you know, coming from Becerra Barret, living in Barcelona and starting for the Snowplay Freeride Club. Wow, that was a huge jump and a huge crash, Honey. What is your memory of your last big crash while skiing?
It's never good to feel a crash, I have to say. You know, the body sores days after, and we just have to be always lucky as a free rider. If you crash, there is nothing, you know, happened really with breaking a leg or a knee or something like this. So if it's just some bruises, then everything is good and just makes you harder. And yeah,
Elisabeth, we are very happy to see you okay. You can ski to the side of the venue by yourself, and we'll meet you in the public area later on and give you a big hug. As we go back to the start again, 5 more girls in the start gate, and the first of those comes from Australia.
Another Australian lady here at this amazing contest here at the Freeride World Tour Challenger at the Kitzsteinhorn Zell am See Kaprun. We are super happy until now how the contest runs, and we just had a little break with this little crash, but we are starting soon again with this lady from Australia.
And we ask Sana what it's like to be on the qualifiers and on the challenges now, and she said, well, I'm a beach girl from Sydney. I'm totally shocked to be among the world's best freeriders by now. Well, she's trained hard for it, and she's up and running. Good luck to Sana Farrell from Australia.
So you're doing almost super G turns up there. How speedy?
Well, you know, she grew up skiing in Threpo, and there's not too much powder to be had there, so you train a lot of racing on the slopes.
Look at this!
Wow!
Whoa, whoa!
Full speed approach to the hourglass cliff. Unfortunately, not able to hold together at the landing, but that approach was amazing. I don't think we have anything approaching this cliff with that amount of speed. Wow.
Really, she was definitely the most speediest rider up there until this cliff, and I hope she's fine.
Also celebrating a little gear sail, as the skiers call it, when skis and poles go off to all sides.
She's waving, that means all good.
Well, she's definitely sore and holding her knee, but she's sitting there. Oh, it was such a brave effort, the way she rode into the cliff jump,
Yeah, Flo, that's definitely one of these topics, you know. A lot of riders drop this cliff already, as we can see here again. The bomb hole is so deep and hard already.
Yeah,
and to manage this.
Exactly, and she lands exactly in the tracks of the other skiers, so she doesn't have any softness in there. And it's much harder to land a cliff drop, obviously, if you land in the tracks of the riders ahead of you.
And it's not so hard, not so easy to orientate if you go to this cliff and drop it, because it's also a rollover. You can't really see the.
And it is very popular with the riders because the hike up to the start is right next to it, so you get a very good idea of the steepness. And there is not too many other options in that cliff band, right? Yeah. So it is very popular.
But you don't see the bomb holes all the way, you know.
No,
you just go to the takeoff, and then you see the bomb holes, and then you have to find the right direction for the landing, huh?
Exactly. So as a coach in this situation, I would potentially send a radio call up and say, hey, go a little slower, do it a little shorter, but then you have less impact. In this case, you know, some cliffs you have less impact if you jump very far, but in this one it starts to flatten out soon, so a little bit less speed would probably mean a safer landing here.
Or doing a little bit of different direction, like this transfer what we saw already once. She skied away.
And I'm very happy to see Sana ski away, because the way she was standing there holding her knee, I was worried a little for a second that she did hurt herself, even though the crash was not as spectacular. But she's moving very free now to the side, and seems like she can ride away without any major trouble from this. Wow. 2 crashes in a row from the girls. Well, it shows how much they are charging. There's no holding back, right? 2 spots available only for the 40 ski girls for next year's Freeride World Tour. And the competition is obviously fierce. And the one who has the golden bib right now in this competition is Germany's Lena Koller, taking the victory in Monte Rosa last week with a spectacular run, sitting in first place at challenges. So she can be super relaxed in her mind. She has a keeper result already.
Which gives also the rider a free mindset. You know, if you stay in the start gate, it just can have a great run, can charge, just push your riding and don't have to tactic.
Yeah. Lena, coming from Germany, growing up skiing in the Zillertal area and now living at Austria's Freeride hotspot Innsbruck.
Yes.
Strong
Great
air with the grab on that
Safety
first
grab.
jump.
Great. Okay, now we have a look how she's doing this drop here.
Definitely taking away a lot more speed than
Look at
the
this.
Australian
Look
before
at this.
her.
Look at this. She made exactly that what we were talking about before. She made a little bit more
It's
training.
still a solid jump, right?
Yeah.
But she landed in a 3 or 4 meters before Sanna before her and managing to stay on her feet without major trouble. So that's
Super
kind of the way
smart.
you have to do it, even though it might look a little less spectacular, but it's a lot safer and you stay on your feet that way.
She made it super smart because she went in, speed check, and then had a look at the landing and took the right decision.
Lena with the confidence of the leader on the Challenge Tour. It's so spectacular to watch these riders coming down into the steep part.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard to see it on the screen even, like looking out the window, you know, you have all those big cliffs and rock and it's so close, it's so in your face. There's not a lot of freeride competitions, but the riders are doing their main actions so close to the actual spectators area.
Okay, she's changing over now.
Very creative line choice down there. A lot of variety in Lena Koller's run the bottom. Oh, she is above big cliff. She's going to go over it, around it. No more way to go around. Now she has to go
for
over it.
She's stopped it. Guys. Whoa, Lena, congrats. Such a great move in the end. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're talking. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I love it. Matthias Handler right next to me going through the roof as he sees Lena doing a huge cliff jump. The people in the public area jumping off their seats as well and cheering for Lena.
And Ulla definitely has to fasten her seatbelt now because Lena is knocking on her.
And I had such a big discussion with
Look
the
at
judges.
this. Wow.
I had such a big discussion with the judges after running Montafon because he did not get a very good score. Because they punished her and said she got lost. And said, no, I'm sure she went to go to that very cliff, and she did indeed, and she's totally making up for it, winning the Monte Rosa Challenge and taking 88 points now for this run.
Whoa.
Wow.
Definitely
That's an 8-point lead over the next rider, Ulla Georg, in the rankings right now. Amazing.
Oh, wow.
What a huge step.
If that wasn't the winning run, no.
And a huge step towards a potential Freeride World Tour qualification already. It's only the second competition, and she has a first one in her pocket. And with this run, she has a very good chance of scratching on that podium again.
Yeah.
But there's another 3 girls out there who want to talk about this, who want to challenge this run of Lena Koller. The first one being Petra Olsson from Sweden. She was 4th in Monte Rosa, showing that she's also capable of a podium at any time. Petra, good luck for your run.
Okay, Petra dropped in already. She's going just straight, catching up speed.
Lena coming from Malmö in the south of Sweden with a big bridge from Copenhagen. And she only decided to make Innsbruck her home base.
Wow, yeah.
It looked like she was going to go for a 3 for a moment because she had her arms so wide. She's going to go for the hourglass jump as well, I think. Also taking away that speed. Smart, don't go in there to that too fast. Just riding it out.
You know, you just see it on the style of riding that she's Swedish and she's stomping like a Swede.
She's stomping like a Swede.
They're used to this kind of conditions.
Not the master in this case, but the mistress of Stomptown.
Yeah.
In the footsteps of Kristoffersen, Christopher Todell of Rene Barkred, and many Swedish famous skiers who got famous because of their ability to stomp the impossible.
Stomp the impossible. That's perfect.
Wow, and she looks like it's going to go for an impossible run.
Wow,
Another big lift for Petra.
Wow, wow,
nice
super
one.
nice.
So fluid. Wow,
We haven't
totally
seen that
matching.
yet.
Totally
Flo.
matching Lena Koller's run.
So cool.
And she's not done yet. She has that lower part still to go. And she goes up to the same ledge we saw Lena Koller.
Oh,
Don't tell me she's doing the same.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no. What?
Petra Olsen looking like she's going to go for a perfect landing, but it goes head over heels
So tight.
into two cartwheels. Oh, look at her body language. She waves, she's okay, but I know she's angry right now because she
Yeah, I can
had it together.
imagine.
And she proved 2 times in that run already that she's capable of sticking those big jumps.
She was definitely knocking on Lena's first
Oh, yeah,
leading
she
place.
was. And it looked like she had it. The moment her ski touched the
Yeah.
ground, everything was still under control. A little bit too much forward lean, maybe trying desperately to land super center to not be in the backseat. Wow, let's check the replay. I hope we can.
The ladies are going for it. So cool.
Totally incredible. Big lift
This
at the top.
Just-
Another one. Look how she stuck. Did nothing touching the snow except for her skis. And then no hesitation, even riding it fast to
hesitation,
Lena Koller. So controlled in the air. And a tiny bit of forward load, maybe one ski digging in a little bit further, sending her into a forward tumble with both skis ejected in.
She landed pretty central actually, so it looks like she got a little bit stuck somehow.
I think her left ski got stuck in the snow, digging in a little bit deeper. I think she had her right ski in one of the tracks that was already there, and the left ski landed in this fresh powder, which is now a bit of a rotten spring snow, and that ski just stopped. And that made her go ahead of heels. But big props for Petra Olsen. Wow, that would have been a podium run. I dare to say that.
Yeah.
Such a big mountain run, 3 big cliff drops. Whew.
So cool. Big respect, lady.
But it's so close together, right? Victory or desperation. Millimeters away from each other. Whew.
Now she looks okay collecting her stuff together, and
Well,
we will definitely see something nice from her in the future, I'm sure, huh?
and in bio she says that she started freeriding very late and competing especially, so I'm still learning how to compete. We don't really see that, Petra. That was a perfect competition run.
Yeah.
And I think you were just unlucky with that, landing it with one ski, getting caught into the deep snow. Otherwise we would have seen you on the podium today, I am sure.
Actually, is her second ski flow.
I have no idea.
Oh, here it is. Huh?
Whew, it's getting hot in here.
Great.
Not just the temperature of the day with the blue sky and the sun over us, also with the girls' action. Let's open a door here for a second, let some fresh air in, while we're getting ready for 2 more heavyweights in the girls' skiing category. Eva Battola and Mila Delarue are still up there, so we're not done yet. But one thing we can say already is that Lena Koller is going to be on the podium today with an amazing run, 88 points, because we have only 2 more competitors up there.
Yeah.
So she cannot be any worse than 3rd. That means she'll definitely has secured her 2nd podium in the 2nd Challenger of the year. And that's a big call by Lena Koller.
Second last lady of the starting list.
Eva Battola from Switzerland.
No, Mila.
Oh, so
Mila Delarue.
oh, that means
On course already, Flo.
Eva is not on the start.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that means she's the last one, Mila. Huh?
Yeah, that means...
Wow, such great start from her.
Thanks, honey, for correcting me here. Mila Delarue. Well,
This is the perspective, guys. Look at this. Super. And what? Wow, super landing, Mila. Awesome. Look at that speed, what she has down there.
Mila, her dad and
She
me
has
were,
nice jeans, huh?
her dad and me were battling out for the title on the Freeride World Tour for many, many years. I did beat Xavier a couple of times, Xavier, but unfortunately in the end he was always usually always ahead. I remember you won in teen year many years ago, and he won that same competition with the same move as you did.
With her dad.
Also a master of stomp down by himself, Xavier. But Mila, funny enough that she's skiing with her dad, being such an amazing snowboarder, but she's shown that she's such a strong rider, finishing 5th in Monte Rosa on the first qualifier of the season, and a super fluid run so far with a very, very strong...
Technically super solid. Look at this.
Wow,
Collecting
no
also the
hesitation.
drops here. Super good now.
Very, very fluid riding, and looking like she's opening up a new zone,
Whoa,
using
whoa,
the
whoa, whoa.
trees and landmark,
No.
and unfortunately having the same problem as Petra
Yeah.
with getting stuck in
Sorry.
that fresh snow and doing a front wheel tumble. Just
That-
keeps us on, she'll get a score, but obviously those points she collected, those valuable points.
It would have been such a
Will be
cool
lost.
maneuver, huh?
Oh, I really like
If
with
she
that
could
high
stick
bib.
it. Oh,
Wow,
yeah.
congratulations,
Super mit der.
Emila. Very creative line, super
Yeah.
fluid riding. Unfortunately, with that mistake at the bottom, she was on her way to a podium run as well,
Definitely,
right?
yes.
So,
Such a strong skier.
wow. Done and dusted, the third category down. The women's ski is showing an amazing performance, including Mila Delarue with this beautiful cliff jump at the upper part. Look at that stomp.
How smart that
Bam!
was, huh?
Yeah, again, less speed,
Yeah.
more stomp, more points. And
Stay in
this
the
is
move.
where unfortunately lost it. Yeah, going in the
Yeah.
southeastern exposure.
Yeah.
That's those keys sinking in, and it's going to be hard to land. I bet we'll see a couple of crashes in the men's category as well, because they're going to go for big jumps with more
Yeah.
speed and landings, and that snow is going to eat up a couple of those keys.
Pretty wet here. on
Mila,
this
well,
side,
she
except
still
on the landing,
smiles. Salut Xavier, I'm sure you're watching as well. Yeah,
yeah.
hope to see you again in one of the next qualifiers. And congratulations to such an amazing daughter. I saw my daughter on a podium for the first time a couple times this winter, and
So
I know
cool.
there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it.
Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have, I believe, the podium with Mila Larue being in 6th place with a score of 50 points. We have a podium, and it's a German, Austrian, a German, Austrian, French podium. There we go. Lena
Super cool.
Kohler securing her second win, thus taking an enormous lead on the challenge and making a huge step towards a Red World Tour qualification for 2025. And Ulla Diot, after a crash of the amazing
Yeah.
run in Monte Rosa, now on second place. I think well deserved. And Lou Barra with also a great run representing France on third place. Wow. Ellie Olsen on
Thanks for
fourth.
this great show, ladies.
Yeah.
So you showed us real nice skiing, real nice drops. And on the other side, yeah, of course, crashes, but we're happy that nobody's injured. So
That's what we actually are the most happy about, because those crashes were pretty crazy. I dare to say that.
and Lena, again, congrats to 88 points.
That's an enormous score.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
Wow.
that means a lot.
Whew. Right, I know our heads of competition, so we probably have like 1 minute before we have the first man in the start gate. So let's get our sheets prepared here for the next riders. Theo Vouillamont, first rider in the ski man category from Switzerland. Second year in tour, he was 21st on Monte Rosa, one of the many victims to the snow.
Okay, dropping in already, Flo. No time for
Theo
us.
trying to make up for a North score, losing his key on the big move in Monte Rosa, like at least 10 out of the ski men. Similar conditions for the ski man on the move Monte Rosa.
She was
Look
a
at that
nice
beautiful
Becky.
backflip. Similar conditions today than we had at the Monte Rosa. Maybe a little less tricky. Monte Rosa had more 30, 40 centimeters of fresh snow, and then the conditions going up. Here we have
Solid.
a little bit fresh snow, but
Cool.
no problem for Theo on his first
So
two airs.
smart.
Wow.
Leo is from Nonda,
That's the
riding
north side of Gatravé, so you're going from Verbi up to Montfort. Down the other side, you are in Nonda, riding for the Nonda Freeride Club.
super cool runner. Too.
Let's switch to live action, looking out the window.
Yeah, nice one.
Theo finishing fourth this year on his home event at the 4-star event on the famous Mongon in Nonda. Just missing the podium.
Super great stomping this one. Not so easy on this landing here as we have seen before, and now he's going for the big one as well.
Well,
Oh yeah.
nice
Whoa!
variation.
Yeah, no.
Ah, Theo being caught by the same fate as...
He's okay. He is okay moving away. And of course,
As
he's disappointed. But it was so close again, Flo. Huh?
also being taken down on the outrun of
I
this
thought-
year.
And I was so hoping
He
for him
was
to
riding
recover.
for like 20 meters on
Yeah.
one ski before the snow finally got to him. No holding back in the men's skier category by Theo Vuillamont.
This was also super smart, this maneuver here. Can you see it? He was jumping very left, had a super clean landing also here. And now, that was so good. And then, look. Almost recovered. Oh, sorry, buddy. Theo,
80 points for Theo.
good show. Good show, by the way.
Definitely gave it all he had. I really liked his line. A lot of variety, a lot of jumps in there. Unfortunately, taken down by the snow on this still deep landing here. It might even get easier for the guys to land it with the higher bibs. As we look up to the start, our first French rider in the ski man category, and the first out of 5 riders from the Les Arcs Freeride Club. Thank you, Xavier, the coach, to give me the heads up. That's such a good crew. Gabin Sion, Hugo Trobat, Anthony Cote, Nemo Plagne, and Leo Drouet. They all ride in Les Arcs, one of the amazing breeding grounds of French freeride riders. So many Frenchies on the tour.
Crazy.
Luckily, Sajab Misso is coaching in Les Arcs. It's Xavier. We have Kevin Goury.
Yeah.
So a lot of ex-World Tour riders and champions, you know, passing their knowledge on to the next generation. And you see that, you know. And those French riders, they do alpine racing, they do moguls, they do slopestyle, and then as they go into freeride, they're already so complete as riders, and you see it in their riders, and I think that's why they're so successful. I don't know why it says we have Hugo Troubat on course, and the start list, it still says Gabin. So,
But a very nice 3
Yeah.
here, right on the start. And another one, and wow, yeah, a little bit backseated, but he recovered awesome.
wow.
Already tune 3, number
out Spanish.
3. No!
What happens there?
Ah, that was really unexpected.
Well, no good news for the Sachs free ski team. At this point, Gabasio not at the start, and Hugo losing a ski after a beautiful 360 mid-phase. So there'll be a no score. Of course, he's now asked not to continue his run.
Yeah. Hugo Trobat.
All right, we get the confirmation one more time on the ratiator. It is actually Hugo Trobat who lost his ski. So it'll be a no score for him. But nevertheless, he has some fun
Number
in the
4.
phase. Yeah. Well, he might receive a warning from the event organizer, because if you do have a no score, you
Number
should
5.
actually ride the phase, you know, in a way you don't interfere with other riders, don't put him in track scene. But I think that's hard to tell if you're so amped up in the middle of your run. And we saw how solid he is.
Yeah.
Putting in
would have
a couple
been
of
so
huge
cool
runs
to
in
see
there. Yeah.
this run without crash, huh?
And I'm sure he's angry, because where he crashed, it was just a tiny little jump, you know, beautiful three at the top.
Was not
The
really
three
expectable what happened
Definitely a compressed, maybe backstage
Look at
1
this
to 2
now.
landing. But what
We see
happened there? Here's the 360.
there.
He
Landing
lands it,
normally,
and you can't really see it.
probably a track, and he got stuck somehow with the ski tip or something like this. It's
But look,
hard.
but then
We
the,
need to ask him.
the bottom part of his run, just going down for fun and still doing 2 huge 360s,
Yeah.
show his capability.
Yeah, definitely.
Phew. Only the second ski man, and already such a big show.
Next rider already ready for dropping in. Grigori must be this. Oh no. Okay, so they changed. Flo.
Okay, obviously
Garbin is now.
Garbensio, Hugo's friend from Les Arcs, was obviously not ready to start, so they swapped their position. Garbin was supposed to be start number 2 at the Mansfield, is just starting now with number 3. Also him evicting off the Snow of Monte Rosa, only 16th place for him there. He knows he can do a lot better though.
Young age of 20 years old. Look this tension in his face. He's super concentrated.
Yeah,
And
went to Japan already this year to score a 3rd place on the 4-star qualifier there. So it's always good to have a couple of podiums in the season.
Definitely.
Makes you feel more comfortable.
dropping
All right.
in now. Gabe. Yeah, he's definitely bring up a big show again. I can look at this. Now 3 again. He's also collecting probably like his friend.
Yeah, yeah, we can expect a very similar line
360s.
from the whole Zag Freeski team. You know, they ride
Look.
together, scope together.
Another 3, exactly the same.
Even the landing exactly the same. A bit compressed, even a bit more clean than Theo had. So
What's going
I
on
wonder
now?
if he's going to skip the 360. No, he's not.
He's doing it, and he landed it.
He landed it right. So
Number 3.
Garbencio proceeding where Hugo Trouba lost the ski, approaching that lower part, but he's going somewhere else, all the way to the rider's left. Lucas right, opening up a completely new zone. And
so
there is
cool.
no way out of here.
That looks
Out
so
of a huge jump.
spectacular, but ladies and gentlemen,
There's a 50-meter
what's
cliff
going
below
on
him. No
here?
stopping by Gabin.
Oh, no!
There he goes.
And he
That's
stopped it! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, such a great run here. Wow, 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 wow!
It's
I
so.
love it.
You know
fucking
what, Tony? That was my
so sick,
winning line
huh?
of this competition about 10 years ago.
Probably
It's funny.
he watched your
He might
YouTube.
have, but he did it about twice as big as I did. The slough is still
Wow.
going down, and he's
So great
together with me on the
riding.
finish line. And it's amazing how fluid we rode it. You were above a 20-meter cliffs on either side. He didn't even stop us sliding. He just
Yeah.
kept adding turn to turn until takeoff. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the replay.
This level of riding, ladies and gentlemen, here
Yeah.
on this Freeride World.
These guys are all ready for the Freeride World Tour at any time. Look at this slightly corked 3, so beautiful. And this is the most amazing
Wow,
move to me
wow,
of the
wow.
day so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So, dear judges, have fun doing the score.
Big up for the Lazark Freeride team.
Yeah.
Amazing performance by Gabin. Well, also by Hugo, but unfortunately with a no score.
The flow.
Yep.
Still 22 more riders on the list. Not that we get a heart attack in here if the guys are keep pushing like this on this. Wonderful day here up at the Freeride World Tour Challenge here. Zell and
Gabin is on
Kaprun.
90 points, only ride number 3, and we're cracking 90 points
Whoa.
barrier. And if you're on liveheats.com and you're checking the ranking, well, don't be surprised. Liveheat states Hugo Trouba as the leader with 90 points and Gabin with the crash. It's the other way around, right? So Hugo is Gabin and Gabin is Hugo if you have Liveheats open to see the ranking live as we do at all times.
So, Grigory already on course.
One of the most experienced riders, 9 years of qualification contests. Did not start in Monte Rosa and taking a long travel from his home in the Caucasus Mountains and Krasnaya Polana all the way here.
Look at this, look at
A
this.
new entry. Oh, that was a bit too big for these snow conditions, I think, by Gregory. He's fine, but one
He
she
is
got stuck
fine.
about 2 meters down in the snowpack.
Yeah.
Holy
I think this. They have to dig this key out now. This must be so deep in there somewhere.
I saw something up there. Could be a ball, could have been a ball, could have been a ski. Really, really nice new entry to the right of the hourglass
But
jump.
that was huge. Huh?
No hesitation either, but I think he overshot his landing transition a little bit.
It's
It
not
gets quite flat there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
As
highly
you can see,
stickable.
that's pretty flat there. Yeah,
So
then.
maybe a quick info to the riders to start. If you think about doing the same jump as Gregory, take away that speed and drop it with maybe like 1 km/h speed, and then you'll hit that transition and you have a chance
Yeah.
of sticking it.
Because it's so easily, you know. To
We
drop
have
over
seen this jump
journey.
over so many years, and in years where the snow is very deep, yes, it works at that speed. But other than that, you have to be really slow because the transition flattens out immediately. Why don't they ask us before? I mean, we could tell them everything.
You know, everybody has to do his own experience.
That's totally true. Yeah, it's easy to have a career, you know, in the pocket and then talk smart from the safety of the ASCII commentator's truck.
Exactly.
So don't take everything too serious that we're saying. We just love the show and we just want to help the boys and girls to stay injury-free, crash-free, and deliver a great performance top to bottom.
Yeah.
Hui. Well, let's get prepared for bib number 5. Lalo Rambaud from France, from the area of Annecy, training in La Clusaz. I'm sure he's trained by Seb Michaud, the master of backflips that was still on the world tour when we were
And
at
huge cliffs.
Yeah, 22 years old only. But we've seen on the Freeride World Tour that the age level has dropped down, right?
Yeah.
I was still competing with 42 and it was not normal, but now except for Christopher Tuttle, everyone's around 22 or 23 on the Freeride World Tour.
So cool.
So Lambeau would fit right in there and see how effortless these boys do a backflip, like casually riding by. And the 3.
And a little bit exceeded, but still okay, I would say. Super recovered. And
I think it's a bit of a safety feature that they land at the backseat there because they don't want to interfere with the tracks.
Definitely.
Identical runs in the upper part
So
to
cool.
Gabin and Hugo. Very interesting how they read the venue the same and milk it, as we say, make the most out of every single feature. And where is he going in the lower part? Seems like he's following the footsteps of Gabin.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
He's going for it.
Approaching the same area. Are we going to see that same
I think
spectacular gun one more time?
They talked about it, those boys.
Wow, there is no exit other than a 12-meter jump. He's getting ready for the takeoff. Launches, is in the air, arms flapping. Sticks it as well. Wow. It is such...
buddy.
Oh, you should see the people in the public area jumping off their feet, clapping
It's
hands.
getting interesting now for the judging floor. Especially because he did the back here now.
Yep.
And the backflip was just amazing and the landing was perfectly super cleaned into the fresh. So it was super solid.
So not much difference between the amazing runs of Lalo Rambaud and Gabin Sio. We leave it to the judges to decide.
And here's a new landing.
Very
Perfect.
smart to
Super
put that
smart.
backflip at a bit of a different angle. Also a little back-seated, let's call it compressed, but not touching the snow there on the landing off the 360.
With the 3.
The 3.
Was probably not that far.
And a bit of a different angle as well. Riding it out smooth. That's the amazing part of this
Smart riding,
jump
guys.
is that it's so steep. So
smart riding.
even though it's a huge jump, it's fairly easy to ride it out and it looks super spectacular.
Yeah.
So if you have another 15 riders doing the same run, the judge is going to have a problem.
I don't want to be a judge anymore.
But we have 85 points for Lalo.
Oh, okay.
Quite close to
Quite close, yes.
to Gabin. Wow. Well, we're not going to question those scores here. We know they all do. The judges do what they can do. And we saw it in Freeride World in February. We had, I think, 7 or 8 riders above the 90s. So with
crazy.
this level, it's just the way it is.
Or in Georgia.
And also Elias Meister from Austria, our next rider, is totally capable of a 90 points run. He's been trying really hard on the challenge this year. Did not make the cut on the qualifiers. Did not make the cut for the challenges. But being born just a couple of kilometers from here, this is one of his home mountains, and he got granted a wild card.
Come on, Elias. You're the local rider here. Give us a great show.
Exactly. 11th place at the Junior World Championships just a couple of years ago. And I think it was 8 overall on the qualifiers, to only 4 points behind the qualification spot for the Freeride World Tour. He says it's still his dream to qualify for the tour. So great for him to have a wildcard here. And he can ski like with zero pressure.
Yep, nice one.
That was
Really
very
smooth.
nicely laid out.
Yeah.
A little larger than the other backflips, yeah. So you can tell he's ready to risk something on today's event.
Okay, that was smart to take this one straight to check out the landing.
Yeah.
Compared to the 3, which is even harder than the
Well,
landed.
there's still so many features he can use.
Very nice.
He looks so casual, right?
Yeah, it's so clean, huh?
Yeah. That's very typical for Elias. Oh, it was also typical when he got the podium in Jasna 2 years ago.
Probably he skied down this face a couple of times already.
Nice and long floating air.
No. What? How recovered now, huh, Flo? Did you see this?
Yeah,
He
looked
was
like his
already
skis were digging into the
on the
snow and he was
floor.
going to go for a crash, but
Yeah,
recovered
just
immediately.
Like a hip check. Nice
Nice three.
Super.
And there's
Super
room for
ideas.
one more air. Whoa, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Some jumps in the landing, but keeping it together. Nice show by Elias Meister. Thank you, Elias. That was a good run. Woo.
Super, super, Elias. Nice job, great job from your side there.
Yeah. Not the cleanest of his runs with two small
He
mistakes.
started super
but
clean, then,
yeah.
but then the two little mistakes
But
here.
I like the amplitude and I like the I like the amplitude and I like the speed, especially in the bottom part. You know, no hesitation and a lot of variation in there as well. So here's the 3 that was super clean, and the last one, the very last one, he had a bit of a backseat at the landing, but very good performance by Elias Meister.
Super Elias. Tension is still on, and now we have the points on third place with 73 points.
67. Wow.
Super Elias.
Thank you, Elias. And we
Great.
jump back up to the start to the next French rider. Ladies and gentlemen, out of 25 ski men, we have 12 French riders. Sooner or later, the F5s probably put in some regulations for nations. At the moment, we don't have them, so stoke for all the strong Swiss, French riders who are pushing into the field of starters. Maximilien Migel lives in Praloup and rides mostly in Chamonix. So no stranger to big mountains. Unfortunately, going head over heels at the landing off his backflip.
I think he hit that bomb hole there, huh?
Well, he's looked super comfortable on the landing itself, but then he got bounced back. Maybe there is a stone that was undug by riders before him, or it was just much harder than he thought. Well, you can't stress enough how the riders before him, you know, changed the angle there a little bit and found a fresh landing. So unfortunate for Maximilien. Wow, nice floaty 3 there. Well, his skis are still on. He's going to get a score. He can still compensate for the crash at the top.
Okay. For 1 second, I thought he's also going over to the big one.
10 years he has been competing in alpine ski racing before he actually started to be part of the freeride community. And he's super happy that there's live streaming today, because then all his friends can watch as he's riding. Maximilien Migel in the last part of the phase. Going up to the pyramid. There's no way out other than a big jump. We've seen amazing performance there before. Yes, no problem for him. So making up for the crash at the top. Alors, désolé Maximilien pour les faux, mais très bien fait en bas. Maximilien Migel de France. Seventh on the Monte Rosa competition. Well, there'll be some major deductions for the backflip, which we don't see anymore in the replay. But we'll see his lower part. Whoops.
Stop down, huh?
Yeah, 41 to the 3. He knows that that was not going to be an epic score. But next rider is one who had an epic score not too long ago. In the start gate, ladies and gentlemen, from France again, Virgile Didier. And he won Montafon qualifier open faces. He won Les Arcs open fire. He won the Montafon and the Les Arcs qualifiers, both 4-star events. 2 victories, one of the most consistent riders of this season, but got taken down by the snow in Monte Rosa.
And
He's
a backy there and landed it perfectly. Wow.
Wow, where we saw those riders struggle with the
And he
landing.
goes into the duck position. Did you see this? This guy's on fire.
He can't deny he has a bit of a ski
nice
racing background.
stylish 3.
Amazing show so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelt. I think someone is knocking on the leading.
Well, he's only halfway down the phase. A lot can happen, but
He's
definitely ready, great season. So if anyone's ready for the world,
Another
it's
3.
3
Look at
into
this.
the steep part of the phase. So blind.
Look at this.
Wow.
And now.
Where is he
Flo.
now? There is no exit.
No.
There is
Flow.
no exit except some
No.
patches of snow inside a
Whoa,
big coffin.
whoa,
Going for
what
the
is
double
he
and
doing
sticking
there?
it. Virgil
Well,
Didier.
recovered. Wow, this guy's a machine. Bro, did you see this?
I love it. Matthias
Wow.
Hardola almost jumping out of our husky
Yo,
crab.
buddy. This guy's a rocker. Yeah, I love him.
What a performance by Virgil Didier. 2 backflips at 360
Oh, wow.
and an opening up and seemingly impossible line through
Yeah.
a rock
Look
snow
at this
garden.
track up.
Doubling
Look
out
at
to the
this
bottom.
track.
Let's look at the replay. That was the
Wahnsinn.
first backflip, which was slightly corked. Then another backie.
You know what? I'm his fan now.
Matthias
This
Hardola is
guy's
a big fan
rocking.
of Virgil Didier. Another 3 with a grab. And then
Look the duck he made.
1-3 we don't even see. And tripling out into the steepest part of the face, not slowing down before the finish line. What an amazing show, but Virgil Didier.
Virgil. Yeah.
Wow.
So good.
Free ski de
Wow,
Belleville,
wow,
his
wow.
club riding mostly at the Brevon in Chamonix. And well, this is exactly what we have, south-facing Brevon conditions. He's got to feel at home right here. Yeah. Whew.
Did I tell you that I don't want to be a judge today?
No, I don't want to be a judge either. Big shout out
Wow.
to Black Rose and Gilbo, the sponsors of Virgil. Wow.
He's so
But
knocking.
you know what? It's really, this is exactly what you ride all winter in at Le Brevon. It's south-facing, it's rolly, it's rocky. Yeah. It's exactly this. This Freeride World has done multiple stops there. So
Yeah.
I'm not surprised he felt truly at home there.
93 points! Ladies and gentlemen,
We have a new leader.
I think we saw kind of a winning run.
Oh,
I
really?
don't want to take the pressure out of it. We still have some amazing riders up there, but
I would never dare to
After
say that, knowing
this
there's
run,
another 17 riders up in the start gate. The first will be Juan Aracil from Andorra. Sorry to interrupt you there, but we gotta stay up tuned with the riders. And Juan has a special request for us. He wants to say hello to his sister because she's always scared looking at him. Yeah.
can imagine.
Hello,
Oh, nice, Kosaka.
Allora, bienvenidos a la hermana de Juan Aracil. Hermana, todo será bien. Everything will be fine. Just watch him ride. He's having a lot of fun. Smooth landing at the hourglass jump. Wow. Riding for Andorra, coming from Ardino Alcalis, where we had the world tour a couple times. A great freeride community down there in Andorra. Great freeride terrain as well.
Nice playing around, huh?
Yeah, and more great riders from down there.
half-pipe area.
He said his goal for the season was to make it into a challenger, so he already reached his goal. Everything that happens now is a bonus for him. I like that mindset, you know? Doesn't put any pressure on himself. And where is he going?
Yeah.
Oh, victim to the wet snow as well, with one ski getting eaten as he enters that bottom part of the face. Did he lose his ski? Or did he get
he
stuck up
lost his
there?
key. It's still up somewhere.
So I'm a snowboarder, I'm not used to use my board really, right? It never happens. But as a skier, what can you do in these conditions? Like there was no mistake, right? Can you tighten your skis even more? Or is it too dangerous then to get injured if you have a major crash?
Yeah, makes no sense. You know, there is a sense because when you have a release or when the bindings release,
Yeah.
of course you can tighten them, but it makes no sense. So it's getting more or less dangerous because there is always a sense behind if the binding releases, and it's not
So
not
you-
because just not tight enough.
So there's nothing you can do as a rider in this situation, right? You
Yeah.
can't tighten your skis any further. You just have to live with that.
That's right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here from the Freeride World Tour Challenge here at the Kitzsteinhorn, Zell am See, Kaprun. We just go into the next little break and see you later.
Juniors und in den Qualifier ist schon ein paar Jahre her. Und der Paul hatte letztes Jahr mega Season. Hat, glaube ich, 2 4 Stunden Qualifier auch gewonnen, war auch ziemlich knapp, um sich für die Freeride World zu qualifizieren. Und ja, bin jetzt sehr gespannt. Paul, mega starker Rider, der natürlich ein Riesenziel hat, und das ist die World Tour.
Gonna go around, which is definitely a
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the second half of the skiers field at this year's Freeride World Tour Challenger at Kaprun, Kitzsteinhorn, Zell am See. And in the start is Paul Danton, the actual number 2 in the Challenger ranking right now. 2 years ago, he won 2 Forsters, was so close to qualifying for the Freeride World Tour, just didn't make the cut. But this year, he's back on track, and he's called Mr. Backflip for a reason. I don't hardly know anyone in the world who does backflips the way Paul does them over the hugest cliffs. Very smart entry. We have seen a couple of crashes there already as the snow is getting more difficult, and we see more tracks in various parts of the face. As Paul is not going for the hourglass, but riding around. Don't go too fast, Paul. Yes, this boy has some legs. 23-year-olds from Verbier, from the Verbier Freeride Club. One of the many, many talents out of Verbier. And we can be ready for an amazing bottom part of Paul. He's always in for big airs and big surprises.
That was amazing. He took it really slow and managed to catch enough transitions.
that much.
Wow, that was very close to going ahead of his as well. So that was a warning to him, knowing that snow is sticky on the southeast facing sides. Very fluid so far, Bolton Tone. No mistakes in his run to this point. And I'm sure he has an amazing bottom air planned for us. That's what he's known for. Huge trademark there. I know what he's going to do. Yeah. Yeah, from the highest point. Well, I was pretty sure he was going to go for a backy there, but given the tricky snow condition, maybe that was the smart way to ride this to the very finish. What do you think?
Very nice ending so from his line. So he did really cool and was really creative on this part. We haven't seen that much, that he's taking it from the very Lucas left all the way down pretty straight towards us, and then was smooth taking the last huge one.
I'm still surprised not seeing a single backflip in a run of Paul Danton. That hardly ever happens, but I'm sure he has a reason for it. Maybe trying it a bit more safe with that second place, you know, with stacking up the results rather than going all in.
Definitely, you know, on one point you have also to do tactical thinking about it, and he's getting 80 points on taking place number 4, Paul. Great job.
I love to talk to him afterwards, because to me that was a bit of a conservative Paul Danton compared to other competitions, but I'm sure he has a reason for it. Nevertheless, amazing show. Thank you, Paul. And we move on to Germany's not next top model, but Germany's next top rider.
Max Zimmermann.
Representing Germany, but also Innsbruck, riding in the Innsbruck community. Training a lot with Valle Reiner, and Max did so well on the last event. He finished 3rd right behind Paul Danton on the Monte Rosa Challenger, and he was so stoked about it and wants to back it up today with a great result on his quest for the 2025 Freeride World Tour.
I read here how mountain is the Olympiaberg.
Olympiaberg.
Olympia Mountain. This is Zell Mountain from Max Zimmermann.
Yeah, I had a great day with him at Ballerina and Sarabacher in Kaprun today on the tracks of the Freeride Junior World Tour near the Quellspitze. A really fun guy to hang out with, but he can also be really grumpy if it doesn't work out. Very emotional rider, Max. So we
Super.
are ready for you.
On course, Max Zimmermann.
There he is.
Give us a great show, buddy. Going for a backy. Oh,
Right
Yeah,
into Heartbreak Hotel from
Yeah.
after the start. This maybe that's why Paul Danton also, pulled
Yeah.
back a bit up there. It seems to get more difficult. As we,
Scheiße.
that was
Max.
an almost dangerous move for his knee. Max going for the hourglass in a very nice angle, actually. Playing very smart, but once he gets torn off his left foot immediately, the right foot still on there. He's kind of moving his knee around. Let's hope everything still fine out with Max Zimmermann as the
Look at
drone
him.
is right
He's
next to him.
fine.
He's waving, he's fine. But
Of
definitely
course.
does feel his right knee.
Yeah, of course. Now here on this close drone angle, we can see that the snow is also here on the upper bar pretty sticky, and that makes it not
Yeah.
even easier for the riders to.
But let's
Lamb.
analyze it step by step. That was the backflip.
Too short.
Actually, it was a bit of an under rotation there. Yeah. Very untypical for Max. Typically, he's so strong at his
And
backflips.
Mark kept going on. Yeah.
But he kept going on. That was a very nice angle. Actually finds an almost fresh landing. But then his
The ski
God.
dip got caught into this little bump hole afterwards. He was landing.
he's touching his right knee, but even though his ski stayed on his right foot, it did not look like there was like a bad twist or so. So good
Yeah.
chance for Max that everything is fine. It's just a bit bruised after a big crash. Well, Chris Geisler, the head of the organizing committee, is pushing really hard to move on with the competition as quick as possible. Why? Because obviously it is mid-March and the sun is baking the snow, so the conditions for the ski men are getting more and more difficult. It's not the powderish kind of snow we had for the snowboarders about an hour and a half ago. It is getting tricky and more difficult for the higher bibs. All right, Max. Well, sorry for this one, but you keep your third place from Monte Rosa, and you're still fully in there in the game for next year's Freeride World Tour spots. 4 are to be given away among the 25 skiers. But competition is fierce, and also our next rider, Anthony Cott from France, is one to deal with. As Anthony Cott, bib number 12 in the men's field, also from the Les Arcs free ski team. And he says his mission for the season is now accomplished. He wanted to, make it to the challenges, be among the top 25 rookie riders in the world, in the region Europe and Oceania, and he definitely accomplished that. And with the 6th place in Monte Rosa, he also showed that he's really right up there with the best of the best.
That's good. Huh? If the goals are getting reality.
Competition is on hold for a second. Okay, there's got to be a reason for it. Well, it gives us time to talk about something we haven't touched yet, and it's the judging. Right, so for everyone watching who's not too familiar with the Freeride judging, we
You
can
see
talk about that.
the lines from the guys that did from us, the Lucas, very
Yeah.
right. It's getting a little bit bigger now.
All right, so we have the information from the safety group why the competition on hold. We have a line to the far Lucas right, which has been taken by, I think, both leaders, right? Virgile Ledier and also by Gabin Zo. And with the sun heating up the snow, the takeoff zone of that cliff has actually slid down as a small avalanche. So no one was injured, everything's fine. But obviously this is a reason for head of competition, Markus Cox Safety, to put the condition hold and reassess the safety situation, and especially radio update to the guys who potentially wanted to do the same line, that there is no more snow in this area.
Exactly. We are back in a little break.
Yeah, let's watch some of our beautiful pictures here, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes after reassessing the safety situation here on the competition venue.
Welcome back here at the Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orange at the Kitzsteinhorn, Zell am See, Kaprun. Ladies and gentlemen, we had an awesome show so far. Flo, what do you see? What do you say about this? What we saw so far, and about the judging? Because
before we go into the judging and what we saw so far,
yes.
let's focus what we have on our screen. Yeah. We did see with the sun heating up the snow a big change in the snowpack, and obviously the snow is getting wet, and this did result in a slide within the venue. There was no one near the slide when it happened, no one got hurt. Head of safety, Markus Kogler, who has 20 years of experience in running freeride competitions, also as the head of the Freeride World Tour safety team in Kaprun last week, put the competition on hold and is now reassessing the situation. It is probably the steepest area of the whole phase, so it necessarily means that the competition has to be stopped, because potentially most areas of the face can still be ridden, but this area looks definitely like it can only be a grass ride if you want to go down there, right, Howie?
we saw that in the past as well, that guys are went down the grass.
I remember Neil Williman, who also spent many years on the World Tour riding it in these conditions and did a long grass ride, so okay, it is still rideable, obviously.
And unser Sendung with the Mouse.
Sander Strauss, another Austrian rider, did it before, An amazing competition so far. You mentioned the judging. Let's talk about the judging bit since we have the time for it, right? It's an overall score from 0 to 100, but how do we get there?
This, what we see here, will be also a fact to the judges, because 2 riders took this line already. They made an amazing show, and they are leading now. Okay, and now it's almost not skiable anymore, I would say. So this doesn't definitely have effect on the final result as well. The judges has also to think about this, that the options are not that big anymore, and they have to calculate it somehow. You have also a lot of judging experience, Flo. Can you describe this situation, what's going on there now with the judging panel?
Well, it has happened in competitions before that an area changed during a competition or proved like too dangerous, for example, and was closed. And then there are pictures being sent up to the riders of the start with the new zoning, and then they potentially get some time, but they will have to adapt their line. So it's obviously not an ideal situation, but we are only done with 11 out of 25 men. So I'm sure the organizers and head of safety want to move on with the competition. We cannot apply the rule of 2/3 yet. That rule means that if 2/3 of the riders are down and the competition has to be cancelled at that point, it is still a valid result. At this point, with only 11 results out of 25 riders, a cancellation now would mean that the whole skier main field would be cancelled, which obviously would be a bummer for the leaders. But if for a safety reason this is what has to happen, then that's what needs to happen.
Yeah, but I would say it's just a little part which went down, and it definitely Cox will do some decisions about this, what they will do now that we're further on the competition. But I think there will be not the lead option. I think they will really trying to make this somehow happen still in this situation where we are right now.
Well, we are both guides ourselves. Honey, we have taken decisions like that a lot of times. I believe with the temperature still being low enough for the snow to be stable in all other areas of the face, I believe the competition can continue, but then still the riders who are at the top, they need to be given some time, especially those who wanted to go to that area, because they have to reassess the situation and maybe change their line, right? Yeah. And you got to think that they have been working on choosing a line and tuning it to perfection over the whole day yesterday. They came here for a line check. They spent probably half the night in front of their computers getting all different angles ready. And now if you're in a start gate and all of a sudden the information comes up, you have you're not allowed to ride this area anymore. Wow, that's a big drawback, and that's a lot of effort to change your line up in the start gate.
Of course, that makes it not easier for the riders. They are still up there at the start gate, but you know, we are here in the Champions League. Their guys are experienced enough. They really need to know what they do. They have definitely option B or C where they can ride down, and yeah, I'm pretty sure the show is going on.
I hope so too. And you mentioned judging. Let's bridge some time and actually talk about the judging itself. Well, everyone watching now, I think, realize there's a score from 0 to 100. 100 is the absolute maximum, which has not been reached so far in a freeride competition, because theoretically only the last rider of the day can reach the 100, right? Because if you give 100 points to the second to last rider and the last one is better, you still need room for the 100. But what criteria influence those 0 to 100 points for the judges?
I always like your explanation, Flo. You say have like the picture of a thermometer, you know, a scale from
a thermometer, yeah.
Yeah, thermometer from 0 to 100, and then you have the criteria like fluidity, air and style, creativity, and you know, if the temperature actually goes down when you go out of the start gate, then it drops down, and if you do a nice big air or a nice style, then you get up again to the direction of 100, and that's how you have to see this picture, actually this moving picture or this moving image, where it's dropping down and up as you do a good action, show a good action. In the end, when you're in the finish line, then trying to keep it as high as possible. Yeah.
So all riders leave the start gate with 50 points, and then obviously say you do a backflip right after start gate, that's a 5 to 10 points on top of your 50, and so it goes on and on, up or down, depending on your scale. Exactly. And the 5 criteria are line choice. Obviously, the more difficult, the more variation in the line, the better. The air and style category getting more and more important over the years. The more and more original airs, the better. But you need to keep control, have keen landings. And then you have technique, obviously, as well in that category. So I'm trying to listen into the to the radio conversations here of the safety crew, so we can get some sneaky information about the continuation of our competition. But no information as of yet. They're still reassessing the situation. Honey, let's have a look at our current standings. Virgile Didier with an outstanding run, leading ahead of Gabin Sion, who is mistakenly called Hugo Trobat today because they changed place, they changed their starting order. I wish Hugo would like to have his position instead of Gabin, but Gabin Sion in second right now with 90 points, and Lalo Rambaud at third place with 85 points. That are our current leaderboard, with Paul Tondon 80 points on fourth, and Austrian's Elias Meister right behind on fifth place. So as a head of competition, what would you do right now? Would you give the boys up at the top just a bit of time to reassess their lines, or would you cancel the competition completely, or would you close just Lucas Ride? We see now a skier going down, potentially one of the skiers of the safety crew, to give potentially better feedback to head of competition Markus Cox-Kogler.
You know, I think everybody's trying to keep it as fair as possible, but what is not always easy, especially when we have such a natural things like this. The snow was sliding down, so this line is not doable anymore. These are definitely tough decisions, but in the end, you know, everybody wants to ski down. I'm sure everybody wants to show what he's able to do still on this phase,
exactly,
and to get some points. And it's not here just for fun.
Yeah, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, we had a small avalanche in the phase due to the wet snow conditions. The very strong sun here mid-March has brought this little patch of snow to slide, and it's a part of the venue that saw the two so far leading runs. So potentially there's other riders who wanted to use this area, so competition is on hold. Their safety crew is reassessing the situation, but even if we continue the competition, the information has to be brought up to the start and given time to those riders who are still up there to potentially choose a new line.
Of course. And you know, the communication is perfectly here. Everybody is a team. They really know what's going on and how to handle also such a situations, and to send pictures up there so that they exactly know where not to go.
Well, it's an outdoor sport, and very similar to the World Surf League, where the competition time within the window, is adapted to the swell conditions, right? To the surf conditions. So you have the best rider on the best riders on the best mounts in the best possible conditions, and safety is a huge.
And we are on fire again, Flo.
Issue, are we?
Yeah, we are on course, actually.
Ooh.
Anthony is
All
on
right.
course.
Well, thanks for not
Anthony
informing us, guys, but doesn't matter. Competition is continuing. Anthony
starting
from
with
France.
a backy here on the mandatory first cliff. And also he's going on the traverse, doing another backy, stomped it perfectly.
Super strong. Anthony part of the Les
great
Arcs
job.
free ski community. 6 of those riders here today. Not easy for him after a 20-minute competition break
And
to be the first in the start gate. Nevertheless, a flawless run so far. Beautiful.
such
No
a
mistakes.
strong team, those guys, huh?
As we see him on the far Lucas right, or skiers left, coming back into the central part of the face, and now he has the big rollover and the steeps right below him.
Okay.
Nice, floaty straight air.
Okay, it's always so interesting what one of the guys down there planned from the lower part, because it makes it so.
Not a backflip.
Nice
In the
back,
steeps.
super solid.
Speed check. And going
keep
super
going on,
creative.
stomped it.
A new air right between the
Wow.
trees over the
That
large
was nice.
rib in the middle. Beautiful
That
run
was
by Anthony
nice.
Cott. Wow. Not being affected by the long wait. Congratulations, Anthony.
Great, Anthony.
We're stoked the competition continues. We're stoked to see you put a great run down for the Les Arcs free ski team.
Exactly, Flo.
So if you want to know anything special about Anthony, listening now, he already skied a volcano. He lost a front tooth. And he and his mom have the same haircut.
I want to see him without the helmet.
That is true insider information.
What is on there?
Joyeux anniversaire à Zeb. Oh, that's got to be. Who is it? Which Zeb is it? That would be nice to know.
Maybe his coach.
Oh, probably. No, it's Saf. I think it's Xavier. So hard to tell. Maybe can tell us later in an interview. As we're waiting for Anthony Court's score. As we're waiting for Anthony's score, we can hear Tao Kreibich, Austria's not anymore competition, but probably most well-known video skier right now. He's had 2 years on the world tour, and he decided to quit competition. He's focusing on making videos, and he's traveling the world. And if you look at Tao Kreibich's Instagram, it's amazing. He seems to be at a different corner in the world every week, producing amazing content. Just like Anthony Cott just produced an amazing run, and we're waiting for his score. Judge is also having a hard time, obviously, after a long break. To be on the podium for now, he has to beat Lalo Rambo's 85 points.
87 points.
And he does so.
Anthony.
87. Awesome.
Cool.
Congratulations, Free Ski Academy Les Arcs.
Means
That means
great job.
That means you're ready for Timo Röshofen from Germany. St. Anton being his home ground. And he wants to give a big shout out to Finbar Doik, who broke his shin bone at the last qualifier in Nonda and cannot be here. Would have been qualified, but still went for a big move and unfortunately hurt himself. So that's up to you. I'm sure you're listening in Finbar. And Timo wants to say hello to his family, who's for sure watching, just as well as his coach, Stefan Häusl, who was with us on the Freeride World Tour many years ago. And
Whoa, we have
with
to
a
see that.
3.
Whoa, with a 3. I think he almost hit his knee to the face.
That's why the skiers wear a mouth guard these days. Because,
Andy,
wow, even though he didn't take a lot of speed on the 360, he went
so cool.
a little bit over the transition.
Yeah.
Timo with a compressed landing, so the video judge is going to reassess that for sure. For the judges, there'll be some deduction, but overall it was a very clean run so far. Very strong run so far by Timo.
And another three smooth over the roller.
Effortless.
Somebody, you
After 10th place in the first qualifier at Monte Rosa, he wants and needs a good result. Very nice run so far. A lot of variation, a lot of
took it
airs.
on the smaller side, but that was probably smart, especially on these landings
so.
there.
And looks like he's going through the pyramid
Yeah,
that we've seen
he's going
Paul
for the
Danton
pyramid.
hit as well.
He's going for the pyramid.
Here's an extra turn.
And on the highest point,
Yep.
and he's dropping it and stomp it. Nice, smart. Very smart run.
Exactly.
You know, didn't really push it over the limit, but everything super clean. Fluidity, amazing.
Showed his combination of skills of big mountain and freeriding in freestyle imperfection, right?
Yeah.
Turning every
So
single
good.
jump up there into freestyle jump. And if you say he didn't push it, well, if you see the replay of the 360 at the top, I think you can't push it much more.
No,
the backflip
I mean, push it
overshooting
over the
landings.
limit, you know,
Okay,
push it on these
not over the limit.
conditions. Also this one was definitely...
That was...
yeah.
So if we have any deductions by the judges for his run, it would be for the landing of this cliff, because he was definitely far in the backseat there,
Look
but
how
made
smooth.
up for it with a lot of smooth airs. So the snow is still good to ride. And he's hanging up with Sarah Bacher there at the finish area.
Also going to be close now, huh?
Yeah,
The podium.
Timo Rolshofen.
Wow.
So the level for the podium has moved up to 87 points that Anthony caught, who was the rider just before Timmy. Timo wants to say hello to his family, by the way. They all was watching. I'm sure his brother as well is going to follow up very soon. Just, I think, 1 or 2 years young and already ripping. And all the comps he enters.
Yeah, the judges, they take a little longer now, huh?
Well, it's going to get
Wow.
harder and
Yeah,
harder and harder. You
definitely.
know, that we saw it
Yeah.
on the Freeride World Tour last week, 7 runs over 90 points. Yeah, and then you have runs that are super freestyly with amazing jumps like we had on the tour, double backflips and 720s, and you have those amazing big mountain runs, and then you have to make a difference. That's the hardest part, really, right?
Yeah.
If you have to compare apples and pears, as we say.
Yeah. Of course, and especially I think always it's if it comes closer to the end, then you have so many different results, and to keep that always clear,
Exactly.
what points you give as a judge. So that's really a tough job, and big respect to all the. Oh, wow, look at this!
for Timo
95.
Rolshofen. Yeah.
Wow!
So that means the judges
Whoa,
reassess
whoa.
the landing of his top 360 and call it clean. Otherwise, he couldn't be up there. 95, amazing run by Timo Rolshofen.
Congrats, man!
Woohoo!
That was sick.
But no time to rest for us as we move on to Edwin Olsen. Woo. Born and raised in Aar in Sweden, now living in Innsbruck as well. Yeah. Supporting the Innsbruck freeride community. And this is only bib number 14 out of 25, so ladies and gentlemen. Don't get up and get a drink. Stay on your seat until it's done. Typical Swede style, right? Not a
Yeah.
finger out of place at this backflip.
Yeah, exactly.
And going for the 3.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely one of the strongest guys. Super unhappy with his 17th place at the event in Monte Rosa. One of the many victims to losing his key there. Actually, ex-equal with
bother.
Victor Hillwoods on that 17th place. But such a strong skier. Won the Engadin Snow qualifier, won La Rosière qualifier. So 2 4-star victories in years before the challenges.
Okay, that was unexpected, but
Wow. In the year before the
Really
challenges,
jumping
he
up.
would have qualified for the tour already by that. Is he going for that triple as well?
yeah, yeah,
It is. There's
yeah.
no excellence medal. Watch this
wha-
action.
wha-
1,
wha-
2,
wha-
3,
whoa, whoa,
and out.
Stop it!
Whoa.
Please, no!
Edwin Olsen can't hold it together at the landing of this amazing triple. Wow, loses his keys and loses the score.
Yeah. And the ski is
But
going
what
down.
a show again.
Yeah, really
Honey,
tough.
who was the rider doing the same triple before?
Place number 2.
Was it,
It's
was it Virgile?
Virgile. Yeah. Virgile
Didier.
did this opened up this actually. Yeah. That's a really nice maneuver, and especially from us, because it's directly facing to us. That's amazing. That's why I got freaked out.
I like when you freak out. I think if the commentators are caught by emotion, and I hope you guys are get close. Well, this is the view that he had. Yeah, but very hard to keep it together, right? What did Virgil do different to manage to?
Yeah, he
stick
skied
it.
a little bit more into it on the skier's right side, and he also landed more skier's right.
So it was a little steeper where Virgil landed, but then he had to do a turn right after that.
Yeah,
So
but then actually on the landing after the triple, for him probably was easier to speed check and to keep it more into the or a little bit more out to the fault line.
amazing how tiny variations in angle make the difference. Quick interruption here by the drone pilot to getting their gear ready. It's so amazing, honey, right? When we were competing, we still had the helicopters above our heads. They were noisy, they were stinky, they were loud, they ate up a lot of fuel.
Downwash, I remember you on the Morocco in Fieberbrunn when you got the downward from the helicopter, you couldn't see.
Yeah, it was
anymore.
very annoying at times. You were up there, the quiet, in your tunnel, in your zone, right seconds before the start, and then you saw the helicopter come and it would park like 10 meters above your head, and you were blind and deaf, and we didn't really like that. So the drones make a huge difference these days, right? And those drone pilots, they're right next to it, getting the stuff ready again. They're actually amazing, those race drones. Yeah, they don't self-stabilize like the classic drones for like normal humans.
Yeah.
They have to fly with their VR goggles and they stabilize them every second. Therefore, they can do loops and fly up to 200 km an hour. Truly amazing, the pictures which they deliver.
The guys, they make an
into the
awesome
live
job.
even, yeah.
Yeah, and bring us such a great picture so close to the athletes while they're skiing down. And yeah, that's next level, you know,
And
meteor.
And so close also for Edwin Olsen between glory and disaster, being one of the ruling riders this year on the Freeride World Qualifiers, with numerous victories on the 4 stars, and now he has 2 crashes, 2 no scores from the 2 first events. It's just brutal, right? But that's what freeriding is all about, right? To find that fine line between bringing your run down the way you plan it and then just doing a little bit too much or taking off at the wrong angle or hitting a rock and it's all gone.
Actually, you're always on the edge, you know, and always so close and being happy, being winning or being losing, you know. It's not like a football player who has so many tries to get a goal.
That's true. All right, we are looking back up to the start to see another rider from the Les Arcs Free Ski Academy, Nemo Plania. Born and raised in Les Arcs, riding mostly at the Oigur Rouge, and all he wants to do is qualify for next year's tour. Encore Nemo Plania de France. Bonjour Nemo. Oh, I like it. I would like maybe we can keep that drone angle top to bottom, just follow the rider all the way.
They didn't hear you.
Doesn't matter. It's also nicely. Nice, going for a 3 up there. Approaching the hourglass, now taking off left. Back flipping into the ramp.
We haven't seen that often a back there, I think 2 or 3
and
times.
looking super strong. The body language is, you know what? Yeah, the body language is so strong. Like he seems like super confident, right?
Yeah.
There's no try and error in Nemo Plania's run to this point.
That's a good rider, huh?
So Nemo, you can chill, do a couple of turns and get mentally ready for the amazing lower part. And be aware the snow changes on the south faces. Yeah, very different the snowpack to the snowboarders at 8:30 in the morning.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Look at this. The conditions are super tough here right now in this section
approaching
there.
the 360 air, right side 3,
going,
over rotating, and that was very untypical. Seemed so much in control until the takeoff of that 360. Definitely underjudged and estimated the flight time he had. Then he was done with his rotation and still 2 meters in the air.
Yeah.
Name a plan from France.
Keeps going. Oh no!
That's a very grumpy Nemo.
I can imagine.
Oh, see, you can't
Because he
believe
did
it.
a
He
great
was.
job.
He felt so under control.
Yeah.
He looked so confident till about. Look at this, like so casual. And this takeoff is just unreal. It's not steep there to land.
That
It's
was
still
such a clean
putting
back
it to
hit.
the ground. Very clean. Also the three, super
Super
nice.
smooth.
And then let's see what
Then
happened
here.
there. So he's taking off, rotating, and he's just done with his rotation.
Yeah.
And not done with his rotation, but still up in the air. So classic over rotation.
Yeah. Tough, tough, tough.
Well,
guys.
5 out of 15 riders losing a ski, including Maximilien Miguel, Nemo Planier, and Theo Vuillamotz crashing but not losing his ski. So that's more than half the riders having troubles in the runs. Hopefully not Gabriel Breton, who was up there already before this morning. For those who don't know yet, Gabriel Breton competes in skiing and snowboarding, and he already rode his face in powder this morning at 8:30. Took the gondola, changed to ski boots and skis, took the gondola, hiked for 30 minutes up to the start, and shows us a great backflip.
Here.
And actually, a bonus feature at the top, one more feature than
Okay.
the others. Yeah, going all the way to the locals ride. Gabriel, it's amazing. He was on the Field World Tour with his snowboard this winter. Yeah, didn't make the cut and wants to be back on tour. And that's a new jump
one?
here. Nice
Super.
one. Nice variation, super strong upper part. I can't
Yeah.
believe it. It doesn't look like, I was going to say it doesn't look like he's a snowboarder,
Skier,
but
correct.
obviously now he's a skier. But he doesn't look
Is he a
tired
snowboarder or a
at all.
skier now?
Now he is a skier.
Yeah, but actually, not
Actually.
3. Because then I would say he's an amazing skier for a snowboarder. But actually, he's an amazing skier without doing both. It's just crazy.
Well, an amazing sportsman for sure. Opening up in USA as
Yeah.
well. Wow.
This guy.
This is a crazy place to go to.
Whoa! Yeah, buddy.
Matthias Handel
Look at
going
this.
all man next to me and
So
racing
cool.
down in GS turns to the finish line. Stay on your feet,
Stay-
Gabriel. You're not in the finish yet.
I can't hold myself, buddy. Look at this. Yeah, yeah.
Even the drone pilot outside is taking his hands off the
I'm a big,
remote
big,
control.
big fan of this guy now as well, Flo.
Yeah, no, you've always been a big fan of snowboarders, and with Gabriel Breton being such a great skier, you can't do any different. Look at it.
Oh, so
We have to replay
great show.
of his run.
Together
Finding-
with his story. It's a great
and
show. And
2 new entries.
great guy.
So solid. New entry at the rib in the upper part, and then
What
also
the
new
fuck?
entry into the lower part of the face, and then just
Look at
3
this.
turns really from here. Look at it.
Yeah.
He landed, and that's pretty much it. 3 more turns as he wanted to finish.
Yeah.
Probably one of the
Yeah,
fastest
buddy.
bottom part we're seeing. Félicitations, Gabriel Breton. Incroyable la performance en ski
Incroyable,
et avec la planche.
incroyable.
Ouais, c'est incroyable. C'est
Incroyable.
incroyable. Respect, respect. Wow, Gabriel Breton skiing in the Val d'Ali.
Super. Super, super cool.
He's been skiing and snowboarding his whole life, he said. So, yeah, well,
yeah.
you can tell.
Keep going like this,
Yeah.
buddy.
And you know what? It's about 4 weeks until he's going to be a daddy.
Ah, really?
So I think you should give him one of your daddies on ski stickers.
Yeah, probably. He's getting one that is of ski stickers. then.
Exactly. Well, for those who know, Matthias Handel, a former World Tour rider and World Tour competition, disqualified.
Qualified.
Why disqualified? Did he ride an area which he was not supposed to go to?
Oh shit! It was the whole range over there was probably closed.
I don't know. Maybe the riders have some information which we don't. I do not know anything about a change of the
Ah no.
of train. That
I'm
is
sorry for him.
very hard to hear. I hope there was not an information misflow from the judges to and head of organization to the start, because I would be very surprised if Gabriel Breton would go to a closed area knowing that it is closed. So there is obviously some room for discussions, but not now, because we have another 9 riders up in the start gate, and the first of those is our second Swede, Niels Verzen. Niels from Ara in Sweden, with his home mountain. He says, well, he's from Ara in Sweden, his home mountain in Verbi, but now lives in Innsbruck together with our other Swede, Edwin Olsen. So let's see what Niels has planned for us. He's looking very strong in the rankings with a 4th place from the Monte Rosa event last week. So actually right now within the 4 riders who are going to be granted a spot on the Freeride World Tour 2025. Hello, good night, Niels. Honey, do you know any Swedish good luck words for him?
No. Stomp.
Wow, some of those backflips are just so perfect.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
You just see the Swedish from the style. Huh? They have you can watch a Swedish pro skier, then you see the style that they are all in a way somehow similar.
Well, you know, we grew up in Tyrol riding powder. They grew up in Sweden riding hardpack and a lot of hard slopes. So that makes for such a perfect technique in their riding, and that obviously helps them. And that's why, even though we don't have a lot of Swedes pushing into the qualifiers and World Tour, those who do are usually among the very best.
That's right. And that's what you said with the hardback conditions they have up there. That's the reason why they are such a good stomp machines, as we say. You know, they are landing the really impossible
Stomp machines. They are the masters of Stomp Town. Yeah.
What is he doing now?
Wow. Also approaching that triple air with some slough falling, and they're looking super spectacular.
Wow.
But also going a bit too far to the Lucas right, I think. Yeah,
hit the
Virgil
bomb
just
hole.
made this so smart. Hit the bomb hole off his friend. Nevertheless, continuing doing a beautiful 360 at the exit of the face. But it was a full crash with a rotation without losing his keys. So the Swedes going down at the triple.
It's super hard to land this maneuver up there.
So I think you can't even judge Virgil's move there high enough. Virgil sitting in 2nd place.
That's right.
The only one so far out of 3 people to manage this.
Probably Virgil, he was one of the first. No, he was bib number 8. Yeah. So the conditions quickly changed until now. You know, we had a little break and so on. I don't know what is at least 40 minutes or something like this, I would say. So it's not getting easier to land this maneuver here. Exactly into the bomb hole, huh?
And we are waiting for Niels Versen's score. Well, with that's going to be hard for the judges, but we do actually have only 6 riders with a score of 80 and higher. But it is due to a lot of the riders going to the limit and eventually losing his key, crashing, or having other issues, just like Niels right now. Totally capable of a winning run, but unfortunately with a big mistake in the steeps after a spectacular triple.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. How would you still dare to go down the face today? I mean, competing, not just for fun.
As a forerunner today, yes, definitely yes. Competing now after all the tracks, I don't know.
Well, I was in the start gate at the Freeride World Tour last week as a forerunner. They flew me up in the morning, and I was very happy not to have the pressure of having to score. Once you're in that start gate, that pressure is really something you have to deal with.
It is. You know what? That's why I'm not really into competing anymore, because I know every time if I'm in the start gate, then it's get a switch off.
Yeah.
And then we're on the same mode like we have been years long.
It is so hard. All these uncertainties, you know, you don't know what the snow's like, what your jumps are going to be like, how that landing is, how the takeoff is. You just get a head spin, right? It's not like an alpine race where you've slid down all the course and you know everything. It's just about how you perform. Here, there's so many question marks that are only being answered as you're riding down. So it's just a huge challenge every Freeride competition.
Yeah, that's right.
So waiting for the score for Niels Versen, while Victor Hailwoods is already up there in the start gate. And I like one word from Victor Hailwoods. He says, you know, guys, since my dad is the CEO and founder of Freeride World Tour, I'll never get a wildcard in my life. So I just have to ride well and qualify for everything.
That's good.
So we can expect great show by Victor. Well, we're still waiting for the score, 60.67. So he wasn't a good 80s. Probably got 25 deducted for the crash. So that would have been a podium run.
Would have been a podium.
Would have, could have, doesn't score. Victor Hailwoods though has a reason to score because it's on 17th. He did not score. Actually, got a no score at Monte Rosa last week. So he needs a result. And he's a guy known for riding 110%. We've seen one of the biggest 360s in history at the qualifier in
Cool.
Obergurgl 2
Super.
years ago.
Smart angulation on his backflip.
And with these
Perfectly.
conditions and the lesson he learned last week, I'm pretty sure he knows it's the day for
Nice
95% and not for 105.
Super.
And I think so far he's played exactly that game plan. Approaching pretty fast to that one lap.
Fast. Yeah, and what? Pretty far.
So
This
far,
also this.
exactly. He's
360.
right up there with the best of the best.
I talked to his dad last week when I met him in Fürbrunn, and then he said, "Yeah, Victor, he's the guy. He likes medals.
Exactly.
That's why
So
it goes
where
110%."
is he going? All the way to the skiers left.
What we can't see here from our view, we need to
No.
follow the drone. Ah, okay. Yeah.
What has he planned? Whoa, huge entry to the bottom of the face.
Wow, amazing.
Wow, massive jump by Victor
Great.
Hillwoods.
Great,
That was
Victor.
huge. Going
That's
around
so
the
cool.
debris of the avalanche, just staying on his feet. The race drone can barely catch up. That's how
Whoa,
fast
whoa,
Victor
whoa.
de la Route approaches the
Yeah.
finish line. Wow. How did he find
Super.
that
Victor
air?
Hillwoods. Great job, buddy. That was also super creative, huh, over there.
And it's very interesting now what the judges are going to say because he sacrificed a feature because where he went, he could only do one feature, the bottom part, where others could do, but he found the fresh snow
Yeah.
and he found this huge jump.
Yeah.
So clean, his upper part. All the first three moves were really, really perfect. And look at this air, huge down. Not touching the snow with his back or the fingers. Very clean run. Well, and that alone, you know, if you look at the ranking right now,
Yeah.
only the top 7 had a clean run. So this is the top 7 for sure, with Neil Versen with a big mistake being in 8th right now. But can he scratch on that podium? I'm sure Daddy Nicolas is with his eyes glued to the screen right now. Or maybe it's even here in the live and he likes to travel with his son. Well, to go to the podium, he has to go over 90 because that's Gabin Sillon with an exact 90. Even though it lists 88 right below the podium, making up
Place
for
number
his crash in
4
Monterosa. He'll be stoked about that.
Victor Hillwoods,
Right back in the
congratulations.
game for a spot on the Freeride World Tour. He had the
Yeah.
chance 2 years ago. He went big, he crashed, plays it very smart. I really liked it. I think you could tell that was a 95, maybe 97% run. And him and Paul Danton, I'm sure they talk about that this is what they want to do today. And I think it's paying off so far, looking at all the crashes. No time to waste.
Yes.
Back to Switzerland.
Going on and on.
We are going to be looking at the run for Xavier Gervais. Looked like the Gervais cheese, just spelled a little bit differently.
Morgens.
Lives in Morgin, even though his home mountain is Porte des Soleils. And skis a lot in Verbier. Well, why would he not?
It's also a little maker.
Xavier with an 8th place at the qualifier at Monterosa.
Yeah, a little bit back-seated here, but recovered perfectly. Yeah, it's very good. Very good, smooth. Nice, spread eagle.
Yeah,
Here.
looks like it was going to go for a Screaming Seaman for a second, but not enough airtime for that. Screaming Seaman is, and you put your one ski behind the other in the air. Very difficult move.
Yeah.
Xavier
It's in the-
Gervais. Winner of the 2-star qualifier in Bruzon this year. And now coming to not so much skied area today, more on that Lucas left side. Wow, that's a nice platform.
Okay, what is he doing now, Flo? What is he doing now?
There's no tracks, no one has been here before.
Okay.
Pushing that snow down, approaching a huge takeoff zone. That was very smart.
Stopped it. Actually, it's like a dumb.
It is not done yet. There's another huge
Okay,
air right below.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
a solid
yeah,
10,
yeah,
12
yeah,
meter
yeah,
cliff,
yeah,
which is going for...
Bounced. Oh, backseated.
riding out of it, but definitely a major backslap on that landing.
Definitely no
Wow.
opening. So good what the
Well,
guys
big
are
props,
showing us
Xavier.
today.
Wow. Maybe not the
Whoa.
smartest move at his bottom air in terms of a perfect score, because that was hardly stickable
Yeah.
or landable to his feet. So he has a big backslip there, but
But you know, he is
a big effort.
Yeah, look at this.
A true
Started
big
up
mountain
there.
lion. But Xavier Gervais, look at this one. Very smart. Drifts with the slough. And that landing was actually clean.
Yeah.
Making use of his mouse
Just
guard. And
here,
that's another
because
one of the bigger airs of the day.
Yeah, that's
Just
pretty
being
flat out
super
here, huh?
compressed. So the
Mhm.
video judge is going to replay that a couple of times for the judges, because depending on the deductions or not deductions he gets down there, that was an outstanding run.
Definitely.
If they call this clean, he's right up there at the podium range.
Yeah.
Wow, Xavier Gervais, he's anxiously waiting for a score. I do not dare to give any hint on how that's
Yeah.
going to be judged, because judges have to be the judge. Edward is therefore he replays to the landing, which is questionable, plays it a couple of times, and then the judges together decide if there should be any punishments or if it was clean, and then he will take the full point of this feature on into his final score. For third place, he needs 90 points. Still Gabin Zion sitting there to make it, well, to make the top 10. It's 41 points, because from 9th place on we have riders with major mistakes. So half the riders today struggling on their way to a good score. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 more riders to go as we are waiting for the score of Xavier Gervais with a run with one of the major cliff drops of the day. In the lead right now, Timo Rolshofen from Germany with an amazing run. And 76 for Xavier Gervais. That's 8th place. So, to me, a solid score, given the fact that he probably got some deduction for that last jump.
Yeah.
He was definitely
so.
very close to the podium. And the next rider already on course is Leo Drouet. Another one of the amazing Free Ski Academy vom Les Arcs. The last one today of this crew of friends who ride together, ski together, train together. And they do those backflips so effortless. It is truly amazing. And he's super stoked to be part of the
Okay.
challenges. Bit of a bump back on the landing off the backflip. There's not much more
But I
powder
think
left.
he was the first one who did 2 backflips in a row. The other ones did a backy or a 3 or the opposite around. And here another 3. But the landing wasn't super clean, as you
Well,
said
it's
already.
when these guys ride, it's like a gunfire of the Free Ski Academy, right? They shoot,
Yeah.
each of them does a similar run, and
Yeah.
one of them would always be near the top.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Julie Macy. I switched to live view again.
Today.
So great to see. Flow the air over the roller, and now we have him right in front of us, so close. What does have Leo for us at the bottom part? Nice entry air. Little backseat again, little mistake. Looks like he's aiming for the pyramid here.
Yes.
That we've seen ridden clean, but also there's some big crashes today. There he is, lining up the pyramid for us. Going down to his feet. Yeah,
Good.
no problems for Leo on this
Perfect.
one mare. He's happy about that.
Yeah. Looks like the landing is better now at the pyramid than
Yeah,
before.
that's-
It's still a bomb hole,
that's what
but
he-
it's better to control probably.
Who was the rider who lost the first one to ski this and lost the ski? We talked about it
Yeah.
after the snowboarders, that if
Yeah.
it gets skied out more, there will be less of the sticky snow there, and it'll be
Yeah.
actually easier for the skiers to stick it. And that's probably what his coach Xavier told him: stick right to the tracks of the other riders, and it's deep enough to land in the tracks of the other
Mhm.
riders. You're not gonna lose a ski which gets
Yeah.
stuck in the
Yeah.
deep and wet snow.
It's not
Here we
bomb
see it
hole,
again.
it's more at the track out.
It's like a trend, yeah. But
Track
it's
out.
only because it's deep enough. Leo, he raised his hand as he went through finish, so he's happy. 70
7.
points though. Yeah, so it was the second to last cliff jump where he got some major deductions. Very similar to Xavier before. Nice run, but just not perfect enough for the very podium. And it means we have 4 riders left, because bib number 22, Maxime Pézé, is injured, not starting. 2 more Frenchies, an American
Mathieu
and Canadian.
next, yeah.
Mathis Fournazier from Grenoble, riding at the Grand Massif. it's make or break is what he is telling us about his strategy. So
Different back heels we have seen so far with a little grab.
and a very important note for Matthias, he has no ski sponsor at the moment.
Okay.
So I can't believe there's a company out there. Whoa! Backflipping the hourglass into perfection. One of the most amazing moves of the day. I can't believe it. Mathieu Fournier, the guy without a ski sponsor. Can someone please send him a pair of skis straight away?
Yes.
2 backflips, including one of the biggest of the day.
Wow,
and a
yeah.
360. How did he find that tranny? So
I don't
perfect.
know. I didn't see the takeoff actually.
I
Then he
know-
was coming out of a back.
I know why Backstage is putting the ranks in there. Timo Rössel of 95. If he keeps skiing like that, then Timo's first place is definitely in danger. By Mathieu Fournier from the Grand Massif. So
This guy
and
is going for
and
it.
he was so smart in the way he chose that jump up there.
Look
So I'm
at
pretty
this.
sure he
Look
has
at
something
this.
smart
Where
planned
is
here
he
as
coming
well.
up?
Same line here as Leo Droh before.
He dropped it
But a
nicely.
lot cleaner, and I believe he will go
Probably-
for that pyramid again.
Yeah, that's what I
That's what you're going to say.
thought.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, why would he not?
but from a
Up to the
different
pyramid,
direction.
quick
Keep
speed
on
check,
moving.
and
Speed
land.
check. Land it smooth. Run out and super bar.
Big round applause. Wow.
Very
Lead way.
nice.
We haven't seen such a clean
Yeah.
and perfect run in a while. That's definitely a threat to the podium right now.
I really want to see the
Wow.
recap now where he took the takeoff from up there when they came up with the backflip.
Matthias Fournier from France, the guy without a ski sponsor, leaves Matthias Haunola speechless.
Yeah. Look at this.
It's a-
Never saw a takeoff
No,
from
me neither.
this.
Wow. Really smart.
Yeah.
Really smart. Actually getting a bit of shadow there in the landing of the
buddy,
pyramid. It seems to
great
make
job.
it easier.
Great job.
Matthias, he was only
Matthias.
20th at the Monte Rosa event, so but he definitely finished higher today. Well,
Yes.
third place is still Gabin Sion with 90 points, so this is where he wants to be. On the podium is where you
He's
want to be
knocking
at all
on the
times.
podium.
He's definitely knocking on the podium. Well, I should stop saying it, right? I promised I'm not going to make any more guesses. Also, Paul Danton had a very strong run with 80 points, and he's on 7th place. So let's see where Matthias ends up. I think he will be close to the 90. That's my gut feeling. Yeah, and anyone watching, this guy does not have a ski sponsor. He's just about to be close to a podium on the Challenger Series. 87.3, 5th place.
Great.
Amazing, Matthias. Stop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Super. Congrats, buddy.
So find him on Instagram and offer him not a pair of skis, but a ski sponsorship with a bit of travel budget. Yeah, because doing this challenge series is quite expensive. It's a lot of money.
and next one, Alex Hackel from the USA.
Our only American rider, because the Americans typically compete in their overseas league. Well, we have 4 riders from America qualify and 4 from Europe for next year's tour. But he decided to compete here in the European circuit, European and Oceania. From Boston, Massachusetts he is. Spending his winter now around Innsbruck, skiing on the Nordkette, which makes me proud. Couple of riders, yeah, from my home mountain here. Super stoked. Where did he go?
Yeah, good question. Here is coming up with the 3.
Woo. He's a 2 times X Games medalist, yeah? X Games medals are some of the
Okay.
most sought after medals in the world. Definitely not in freeriding, yeah? But in freestyle, I'm not sure about the discipline. If it was halfpipe, slopestyle, or whatever else.
We need to ask him where he
But
made the
I'm
medals.
stoked to have former freestylers here on the challenges of the Freeride World Tour. Nice next cliff. Turning into a double. And what's he going to show us in that very lower part? The pyramid has seen a lot of traffic now with the skiers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably rated up to the start that the landing is nice. It's kind of getting the shade again. So the
Yeah.
landing's probably getting a bit harder, which makes for less gluey snow. And it's definitely where he's going. The pyramid that has swallowed 1 or 2
Come on,
riders
buddy.
today.
Come on, whoa, head drag 3, landed!
Oh, incredible move by Alex Hackel.
Whoa, that's a fun. Yeah, that's typical USA guys. So they're always doing something special in the final move, and well, like what he did, hand drag 3 over the
The
pyramid.
show factor.
Haven't seen that.
The
Yeah, but-
show factor being something that the Americans love at their competitions. They also
He
have a
started
sick.
pretty smooth, and then he
Yeah.
really charged it until the end, huh? So
Yeah.
cool.
There's always a sick bird award for the most crazy move on American
Yeah.
freeride contest. We don't have that too much at European comps, but that is
But we should
definitely a
bring that
special.
up
Look
again,
at
huh?
that one. Hand
So
rail 3.
stylish.
Head over heels, upside down. Right, 10 meters in
Stomp
the
it.
air. Beautiful air by Alex Hackel.
Great job, Alex.
And you got to
great
think, if
job.
this cliff jump is worth 8 to 10 points, and you do a move like that, you
Yeah.
almost double your points.
Yeah.
So he's in for a great score, Alex Hackel.
Yeah.
Wow, let's look again. Gabin Sion has been
1000.
sitting on third place for a
1000.
long time now with 90 points. So Matthias von Essee had a great run. He managed to go up to 87, just pushing Anthony Cott one back.
Yeah.
Victor Hill was in
there?
between on
Was
fourth
that?
place, 88, and
Okay.
82 for Alex Hackel, which is 8th place. Well, still a big improvement from a 23rd from the run in Monte Rosa. And that leaves us with 2 riders, and those 2 riders are very special. One, we have the winner of last week's event of Monte Rosa Challenger, and 2, we have the reigning junior freeride world champion. So 2 of the
On
best
course.
free riders in the world right now. Top it off
Benoit
today.
on course.
The first being Benoit Lamour from France. From Barcelonette, actually. And
Classics
he won
reverse.
that event last
Nice.
week in such an amazing style.
Probably
with
also on a smile.
Yeah.
Double back. Oh! And I lost the ski.
And there goes the dream from 2 victories in a row. That's going to be a
DNS.
no score for Benoit Lamour. Well, he took a lot of
Oh.
speed for that backflip and
Yeah.
landed in a pretty hard spot, probably just exact landing of the right form. He bounced right back off into a front flip, and that took his key off. Not much he could do any different rather than taking less speed at takeoff, Honey. What do you think?
Yeah. Would have been probably the smarter way to go up there. A little less speed, because he almost, if I saw it right, lost his keys after he was landing. So
Really?
that means he had a hard impact. We will
Such
get the
a solid
recap
rider,
soon.
winner of the Monte Rosa Challenger and the Nanda 4-star freeride qualifier. Look at it. Here comes the backflip, spots the landing.
Look,
he
after the double.
bounces right back off. It looked like he was landing on
Bumbled
a
up.
hard surface.
Yeah. Then he bounced off and he lost the ski right in after for the first
Yeah.
tomahawk.
Well, with 25 male skiers all level, and many of them taking that same line and going for that backflip, obviously the landings are not be any better. So I know 2 people are already very happy, and that's a Timo Rolshofen, who's guaranteed a podium. That's a Virgile Didier, who's guaranteed a podium. And the only one who can push these guys off is Lucas Bennett. And even though he crashed in the first challenger in Monte Rosa and only finished 22nd, he's going to go all in.
Yeah.
He's one of the youngest riders on the Challenger Tour. 20. Just wondering where I have his. Yeah, exactly. 25. 19 years old, ruling freeride world champion among the juniors. And he just always says, you know, why holding back? I still have a whole career ahead of me. Rather technical riding does not really exist. And he rides for the Whistler Freeride Group, but based himself in Verbier this season. Obviously paid off with a victory at the Junior Worlds already. Lucas Bennett, and his credo is stay far from timid, only makes moves when your heart is in it, and live the phrase, sky's the limit. Wow. Words of an old man by a very young man. Lucas Bennett, last ride of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Our Canadian from Vancouver.
All eyes now on Lucas Bennett. Cross fingers that he's showing us a great show and having a safe run all the way down on this amazing face.
Beautiful
here
3 up there.
at the Kitzsteinhorn.
Passing by the hourglass. Obviously has a special entry planned there.
Whoa,
Also 3.
did a
That's
3.
oh,
Wow, bounced pretty hard, landed pretty hard and recovered.
recovers with a
But
lucky bounce, I would
Yeah,
say,
lucky bounce
which
is
is a
good,
lot
yeah.
of points being deducted, but
And
it
another
was
back.
a flat
that
landing.
was close. but he's still going for it.
Gonna be hard to get up to the podium for Lucas with that landing up at this huge 360. But the way we know him is not gonna pull back because of that. It's gonna go big for sure in the lower part as well. Here's another 3 entering the steep part of the face. Not easy. It's just a rolling takeoff. And looks like he's going for the Viragil and Swedish triple.
Okay, guy.
Taking some speed away. I'm sure he's watched the video at the top.
Okay, take it control. Don't risk it too much.
Takes a 3-second stop.
Yeah, okay. Smart.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, super.
Very smart.
That's how you do this, you know?
That's how you do this. And that's how you do this.
Another 3. Cool run, boy. Geil.
Lucas Bennett at its finest. And we have a last rider of the day in the finish.
Cool. Great show. A little bit unlucky on the top. He bounced pretty hard and stopped a little bit down on the fluidity.
I can see the video judges' eyes are glued to the screen right now. Yeah, replaying that landing off the top 360 a couple of times. Because with a clean landing, that's a serious threat to the podium, but it did really look like a lucky bounce. Not too easy to see it for us because we have this screen which is right in the sun, so very hard to see. And that was perfectly clean. I like it that he took just 2 or 3 seconds, which may be a 2-point deduction, and really stopped, looked at it, but then wrote it out. Which the Swedes did manage to.
But especially on this last maneuver here on this steep part, where only he stomped it now. And our current second leader stomped it perfectly. So he did it very smart, you know.
Very smart. Well, our current leader Timo did a different line, but Virgil did the same line. 19-year-old
second leader
Lucas Bennett. Where is he gonna end up? Wow, honey, what a show!
Yeah, bro. So cool.
So stoked to have you here today. A very emotional commentating morning.
Really enjoyed it, guys. That's free riding on the highest level again what we have seen today, huh? The conditions became during the day not easier.
No.
But they were still charging to the last rider. Wow, big respect really to everybody who skied and all ride.
Well, everybody's safe
down here at this phase.
I really hope for those riders who had major crashes and had to ski out to the side that they're fine, that we have no injuries.
Yeah,
that's kind of the most important part. Exciting day, even with a small avalanche and a temporary hold off the competition. But incredible action, big jumps, a lot of freestyle, and what I liked actually the most, great action throughout all 4 categories. Right?
Yeah, definitely.
So the idea to have the snowboarders go in the morning in still powdery snow, I think totally paid off. They showed us a great show. And then the skiers in the getting trickier conditions throughout the day also showed an amazing show. With the last man down being Lucas Bennett, who had a great run, except for one, let's call it a bounce back after 360, where he overshot his landing a little bit. And
so funny now. You know the big. So we see him, and then we see the judges. He's waiting. The judges are thinking really hard. Okay, what we do with this guy? Because that was great stuff he showed us, and great skiing he showed us, and he's really deserving some points
for sure.
Close to the podium at top 5.
I have had runs where I thought it was a podium run, and then I was in the mid-70s and was super disappointed. But then I looked at the replay and I realized, well, I had my ass in the snow a lot stronger than I thought. So that does happen. You think it was a fairly clean landing, and then you're super angry with the judges because you don't know where those 20 points went. But then typically, after watching the runs, the riders are always satisfied because the judges do such a great job these days. They're so professional, and that's all they do. They judge. We commentate and we guess, but they judge.
Yeah. And that will be probably the same for him now, what you were talking about. He probably thought, okay, it was a clean landing because it was a 4-point, but he stopped him down. It was a little bit backseated. Huh?
Yeah, so I see him definitely up there on the podium, minus this points being deducted for this landing.
Then he can be lucky if he can reach hardly the top 5 or
exactly. So it's that's the question. See, he put snow to his mouth, so I believe his teeth touched the knee. Yeah.
Luckily, that's a good decision. For all young riders, upcoming new Freeride.
Yeah, wear a mouth guard, don't lose your teeth.
Exactly.
Maybe even use a shin guard, a knee guard.
You know, back in nowadays, Flo, we were all sometimes riding with a full face helmet as well.
Yeah, I know.
And almost break my neck with hitting the
So,
full face.
no kissing tonight at the upper ski and the after competition party for Lucas Bennett. We'll probably have ice on his lip
Yeah.
for a while.
Better to go for a whiskey on the rocks.
Okay, go for Whisk and Rocks. I like your humor, honey. Oh.
Eigentlich nicht logisch, aber bis jetzt habe ich
Results noch einmal, Max?
Man kann aber einfach immer drauf wetten, dass es schon nicht passieren wird, weil die Wahrscheinlichkeit ist ja jetzt nicht extrem groß, aber ich glaube gerade beim Contest-Fahren, wo man oft mal
Kriegen wir die Results
ist ja
nochmal alle
ganz
vier?
anders als im Freifahren. Oft einmal vergeht einige Zeit, man weiß nicht, wie viele Landungszeiten sind.
Still waiting. So the judges have gotten up. They're not sitting anymore in the judges booth. That means the score must be in the
And it's
system
here.
already.
Yeah,
86
it's
Lucas
seventh
Bennett.
place for
Seventh place.
Lucas.
I
With
think
the
it's a
lucky
good
punch.
I think it's a good compromise. Yeah. So
Yeah, definitely.
he probably would have been very top. That means we have a podium, and we'll see it here in a second. I'm sure the guys backstage prepared it already for us. Timo Relsov from Germany taking it home with an amazing run, 95 points.
Wow, wow, wow.
With Vigil Didier with one of the moves of the day over the triple for 93, and Gabin Sion with one of the most crazy moves of the day. Yeah, where we saw it later on
Another
third place.
three riders with more than 90 points and followed by 88. So it was just a
Wow.
great happening
And about
today again.
14 out of 24 riders down with a clean run.
Yeah.
The rest a victim to going 110% or the snow conditions. Well, let's look at all those rankings one more time. We started snowboarders in the morning with Antonillo from France leading the pack ahead of Gabin Bossan. Double victory for France with Rémi Barin from Switzerland. Not in third place. Not Barno,
Cool.
but Barin.
Yeah, the pronouncing is good.
And actually this... Yeah. I'm just a bit confused now. Anyway, we
Lena.
have Lena Kohler taking
So
the
good.
victory in the women's skiing field with an impressive 88 ahead of Uja Giot from Austria, who made up for her crash last round. And the third place was too quick for me, honey.
Yeah, too quick for me too. But we will see it
Thank
again.
you, guys.
Lou
Lou Barin
The guys are
on
doing a
third
great job.
place. Thank you,
Yeah.
Betches boys. Thanks for doing a great job back there, making this
Acting so quick.
transmission work. Tiffany
Yes,
Perrotin
Snowboard girls.
taking home in the Snowboard Girls 78 ahead of long-term veteran Michaela Holstein and Noemi Eki just ahead of Sarah Bacher with third place. Sarah on the fourth and Louis Rees on fifth place. And last but not least is Key Man. Well, we just saw results. We're pretty much done for the day, right? I hope we get to see some highlights. And
Me too.
before we say goodbye, here we are.
Yes.
Freeride World Tour Challenger 2024, Kitzsteinhorn, Kaprun, Zell am See by Orage. An amazing show. Started out in the morning with the snowboarders in still powder conditions. You see the morning light. With a great show by the boys and the girls. We saw a lot of backflip threes, huge cliff jumps. Look at this. And then the ski girls came along and made the most out of the more and more challenging conditions, but still delivered a great show. Yeah.
We are looking back, Flo, to a great contest here at the Kitzsteinhorn, and it was a pleasure to did the moderation up here with you, and looking forward to the final.
I'm sure it was not the last from the booth. Yeah, Obertown is up
Thanks,
in 2
bro.
weeks. Next week we have the Avriat Challenger. So 2 more to go on the way to the qualification for the Freeride World Tour 2025. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and tune in for Avriats next week and Obertown in 2 weeks when it's again Challenger crunch time for the Freeride World Tour 2025. Thank you
See
and
you
goodbye for
soon.
the day.
Keep on riding.